So good morning, everybody. We're going to get started in a couple of minutes. We're waiting for the rest of the members to arrive. So it'll be just a minute or two. Okay, I think just about everybody's ready. I think we're waiting for Mr. Shen. And then as soon as he jumps on, then we can get the process started.
Oh, okay. We're actually not waiting on him.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started. I think we're go ahead and go. I don't know, did he arrive? Did you see?
No, I just got confirmation that attendance-wise, he wasn't on today's list.
Oh. So we'll go ahead and get started, and then when Mr. Shen arrives, we'll.
He won't be participating today.
Oh, he won't be. Okay. So it sounds like we won't have Mr. Shen helping us out today. So Should be fine. I think we still have quorum, so there we go. So we'll go ahead and get started. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for being here and being on time. I appreciate it. And Gary for using the local facilities to get into their library for that. I appreciate that. I know he was having trouble getting Wi-Fi from the location. So thanks for your diligence. Okay, so good morning, everybody. Welcome to the California Building Standards Commission's Structural Design Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee Review Meeting. I'm Michael Neerman, Deputy Executive Director for the Building Standards Commission. I'll be assisting the chairperson throughout the meeting and would like to introduce some staff. We have Irina Brosman sitting to my left, probably on screen your right. She's our associate architect and will be helping with one of the presentations of BSC's packages. I also have Brandon Estes, I believe he's online, and he'll be presenting package for us as well. He's one of our construction analysts. And then lastly, we have Barbara Tresley. She's here helping us with admin, and she'll be handling the phones and the YouTube and the different elements. And then you all know Pam Maeda. She's in the background and will be assisting as needed as we go forward. So with that, today is Wednesday, July 28th. The time is approximately 9:06. Tomorrow's meeting will also start around 9 a.m., so be aware of that. I'll cover some information on the meeting before we begin here. So please be advised that this meeting is being conducted virtually in accordance with Governor Newsom's executive orders N29-20 and N33-20, as well as recommendations from the California Department of Public Health. This meeting can be viewed in Zoom webinar CBSC YouTube channel, which is linked on the meeting agenda. I'd like to remind the viewers that the live stream has an approximate 45-second delay. Closed captioning is available via Zoom's automated live transcriptions. There's some information I'll provide here for the Zoom webinar, some instructions. To avoid feedback and other technical issues, please join the meeting through one device only. If you wish to make comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the CAC chair to ask for any comments from the public. At this time, please virtually raise your hand using the raise hand icon in Zoom. You will be recognized and unmuted by the meeting's facilitator in the order your hand was raised. When you are done speaking, please lower your hand. Note, please ensure that you have a working microphone on or attached to your device prior to raising your hand to make a comment. The chair will continue through the queue until there are no comments remaining. The chair will proceed to callers on the teleconference line, if any, and then the next agenda item. Please speak slowly and clearly so the captioner can transcribe your comments. Teleconference instructions. All callers will begin in listen-only mode. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the CAC chair to ask for any comments from the public. At this time, please place yourself into the queue by pressing 1 and then 0 on your keypad. When you press 1 and then 0, you will be notified when the speaker is ready for your question. To withdraw your question, press 1 and 0. When it is your turn to comment, you will hear, please ask your question after the tone. The tone will sound and you will now be in talk mode. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no questions remaining. The committee will proceed to the next agenda item. Please refrain from pressing 1 and 0 multiple times. Doing this toggles your position in and out of the call queue. Press 1 and 0 only once and wait for the notification to speak. For best results, call from a landline using your telephone handset, or cell phone with a handset. This enhances the ability to clearly hear your comments. Again, please speak slowly and clearly so the captioner can transcribe your comments. You can call the CBSC at 916-263-0916 if you experience technical difficulties. Let's see. We will take a lunch break around noontime, and the committee chairperson will decide on a good stopping point as the meeting progresses. So let's get this meeting started, okay? This is an open public meeting of the CBSC Structural Design Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee. The purpose of this meeting is to ensure public participation in the development of proposed building standards and to ensure adequate technical review of the proposed building standards submitted for this committee's review prior to being evaluated by the CBSC commissioners for adoption. The proposed building standards are required to comply with specific criteria listed in the Health and Safety Code, section 18930, more commonly known as the 9-point criteria. These criterion are as follows. The proposed building standards do not conflict with, overlap, or duplicate other building standards. Number 2, the proposed building standard is within the parameters established by enabling legislation and not expressly within the exclusive jurisdiction of another agency. Number 3, the public interest requires the adoption of the proposed building standard. The public interest includes, but is not limited to, health and safety, resource efficiency, fire safety, seismic safety, building and building system performance, and consistency with the environmental, public health, and accessibility statutes and regulations. Number 4, the proposed building standard is not unreasonable, arbitrary, unfair, or capricious in whole or in part. Number 5, the cost to the public is reasonable based on the overall benefit to be derived from the building standard. The proposed building standard is not necessarily ambiguous or vague in whole or in part. It's number 6. And then number 7 is the applicable national specification, published standard, and model codes have been incorporated therein as provided in this part where appropriate. If a national specification, published standard, or model code does not adequately address the goals of the state agency, a statement defining the inadequacy shall accompany the proposed building standard when submitted to the commission. If there is no national specification, published standard, or model code that is relevant to the proposed building standard, the state agency shall prepare a statement informing the commission and submit that statement with the proposed building standard. Number 8, the format of the proposed building standard is consistent with that adopted by the commission. And finally, number 9, the proposed building standard, if it promotes fire and panic safety as determined by the state fire marshal, has the written approval of the state fire marshal. Recommendations are restricted to approve, approve as amended, disapprove, or further study. For positions to approve as amend, disapprove, or return for further study, the commenter must identify which one or more of the required 9-point criteria the proposed code change has failed to satisfy and provide your rationale. Comments must be restricted to one or more of the required 9-point criteria. I'm now going to turn the meeting over to our chairperson, Sharon Goey, who is the presiding officer of the Structural Design and Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee. Sharon, it's up to you. You got a few items to read there, and then I can do a roll call at the end.
Thank you, Michael. I want to make sure you could hear me. I was having some audio troubles.
Sounds good. We can hear you fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning. First of all, I'm going to read a few items related to Co-Advisory Commission meeting procedures, committee procedures. Staying on schedule is everyone's responsibility. Please honor time limits when they're identified. I will call for the state proposing agency to address the committee and explain the proposed building standard. The committee will discuss each agenda item, then we'll call for public comments. Please avoid duplicating comments in their entirety. Support or non-support may be expressed for specified comments. Following all comments and discussion, I will call for a motion and second to take action on each agenda item relating to proposed building standard. Please stay on the subject matter being discussed and avoid sidebars. Extraneous discussions disrupt the flow of the meeting and can be hard for persons on the telephone to understand who's speaking and what is being discussed. Please be respectful to others' time and opinion and avoid interruptions. Okay. So now I'm going to introduce myself and then we'll do a round of self-introductions. I'm Sharon Goey, Director of Building Safety and Housing with the City of Milpitas. I'm a registered civil engineer, LEED accredited professional, and a certified building official. And I represent the public member on this Structural Design Lateral Force Co-Advisory Committee. So now I'm going to ask members on the committee to introduce themselves. Who would like to go first? Yeah. Maybe Ara?
I think you're muted, Ara.
I'm so sorry, so sorry. Good morning, everyone. I have so many screens here. Ara Sarkis, I'm professional civil engineer, a certified building official, and California licensed general contractor, LEED accredited professional. I am the building official for City of Santa Monica, California, and I am at this committee in a position of local governmental building official.
Okay. All right, Sharon, if you're talking, you're muted.
Yeah, go ahead, Gary.
Hi, I'm Gary McGavin. I am an architect. I taught earthquake engineering at Cal Poly Pomona for 20 years. I had a practice for 40 years, and I'm the architect representative on the subcommittee.
Thanks, Gary.
Kevin?
Go ahead, Brian.
Good morning, all. My name is Kevin Moore. I'm a senior principal at Simpson Gumpertz in Hager, a structural engineering firm located in the San Francisco Bay Area, headquartered in Boston, Massachusetts. I am a licensed structural engineer in the state of California and also licensed as structural engineer, professional engineer in 13 other states. I'm one of the structural engineering representatives for the subcommittee.
Great, thank you. I think I saw Gwen.
Hi, my name is Gwen Searer. I'm a licensed civil and structural engineer in both California and 5 other Western states. I work for Wiss Janney Elsner Associates. Sometimes I abbreviate that as WJE. I've been with WJE for 27 years. I was a member of the ICC Structural Committee for 5 code cycles. I'm a voting member of the main committee of ASCE 7. I've also been a member of the seismic subcommittee of ASCE 7 for 3 cycles, and I'm a member of the CAC wind and PV committees.
Thanks, Ron.
John, do you want to go next?
Yeah, John Oglesby with Sierra Mills Company. I am a general contracting and engineering, and I represent the general contracting portion of this panel.
Thanks, John.
Okay.
I think Eric is left. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right. That's all the committee members we have present today.
Is Eric Wolf, the ex officio, on?
Yes.
I think he should probably introduce himself as well.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Go ahead, John. Or Eric.
Eric Wolf, I'm the Director of Engineering at UC San Diego, and I think I'm the University of California representative as ex officio.
Yep, perfect. Thanks, Eric. Sharon, before you go, I want to do an official roll call, okay? And then we'll get into the items and go forward from there, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go down the line here. Sharon Goey,
Present.
thank you. Kevin Moore,
Present.
thank you. Gwyneth Searer,
Present.
thank you. Clark Shin. Today. Gary McGavin,
Present.
thank you, sir. John Oglesby,
Present.
thank you. Aris Akazian,
Present.
thank you. Eric Wolf,
Present.
thank you. Okay, we have a quorum. So Sharon, back on you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. So the first action we're going to take is to select a vice chair. Would anyone like to nominate a member as vice chair?
Any volunteers? No? There we go.
Okay.
Gwyneth,
I'll put myself on the firing
I was
line.
going to suggest, yeah, I think that's an excellent idea.
Great.
Thanks,
Thank
Gwyneth.
you. Thank you, Gwyneth. All right. So Mike, we need a motion, right?
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and say, that this is the person that is being nominated for chair and then ask for the votes, and I'll take track of the vote.
Okay, great. So I don't know if anyone wants to make a motion. If not, I'll say that we're going to nominate Gwyneth to serve as vice chair of the advisory committee.
Perfect.
Second.
Thanks. Very good. Thank you, Kevin. So then let me write that down, Sharon. Okay. I'll go ahead and read the roll. So nomination of Gwyneth Searer for the vice chair. Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Thank you. Gary McGavin.
Yes.
Thank you. John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. Aris Akazian.
Yes.
Eric Wolf.
Yes.
That's okay. All right. Perfect. All good. Thanks, Gwyneth. Vice Chair. Okay.
All right. So we're going to the agenda after this, right, Mike?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So going to the agenda, now we have completed items 1 through 3. So we're going to item 4, California Building Standards Commission, adopt and amend the 2022 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24. So first, I'm going to ask Building Standards Commission staff to introduce and explain the proposal.
All right. Good morning, committee chair and committee members. My name is Brandon Estes, Associate Construction Analyst with California Building Standards Commission. I'm here to present agenda item 4, which contains BSC's proposed adoption and amendments of the 2021 International Building Code into the 2022 California Building Code. Some of BSC's items were heard at the Building, Fire, and other Code Advisory Committee, so we will be starting with item number 13. The majority of BSC's proposed actions in Part 2 that are relevant to the Structural Design Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee are the adoption of the latest model codes and carrying forward existing state language without change. Notable amendments are the repeal of state tall wood building provisions and replacement with the model code provisions. So this really concludes my overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions and go down item by item or however you wish.
Yeah, to stay organized, I was going to suggest that we go down item by item and then, and then vote accordingly. Does that sound
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. So within item 13, sub-item 13-1 and 13-2, we're carrying forward those amendments without change. So it's just a carry forward. We're not proposing any further change to those sections.
Okay. Mike, I think
Brandon, this is Mike. Real quick, before you go on, as well as when you mention the item number, could you reference the chapter and section number so those who don't have the matrix in front of them can easily follow along with the section number?
Yes, of course. So within item 13, sub-item 13-1 is code section 1613.1.2.
Thank you.
And sub-item 13-2 is 1613.1.3.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. Any comments from the committee? Okay. If not, I'm gonna check if there are any comments on Zoom from the public.
There's a couple of committee hands. that
Okay,
have been raised.
we do have a couple of committee hands. I suppose you
John's
could.
hand has been
Okay.
up, and then Gwyneth's hand has gone up.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't see that. Let me turn that on. Okay, Gwyneth?
My only comment is I don't have a problem with these two changes.
Thank you.
John?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, John.
Zara, second.
Hold. I think we need to finish checking public comments first, right? Both on
Yeah.
Zoom and the phone. Okay. So let's do that. Then we'll get to the motion.
Thank you.
And just a reminder to the public, if you would like to make a comment in Zoom, please raise your hand now using the raise hand feature. And if you'd like to comment on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. In Zoom, there are no hands raised. I will check the phone.
You have 1 question remaining.
Yes, this is Bob Raymer representing the California Building Industry Association. Just wanting to say hi to John Oglesby, our rep, and to also indicate that we're in support of the BSC submittals. And I have to leave the office today around 11:15. And if HCD's changes come up after that, we're also in strong support of HCD's proposals. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
You have 0 questions remaining.
And there are no more public comments.
Okay,
Great.
back to the motion.
Okay, thank you. So we're back to the motion. John, if you could maybe repeat your motion, and then we'll get a second.
Yeah, I make the motion to approve the submitted code section 1613.1.2 and 1613.1.3.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. Well, hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
I'm going to do a roll call for all the votes.
Okay.
Things changed a little bit and they want us to do roll call for everything. So it won't take long. We don't have a lot of members. So, okay, we'll go ahead and do that. That's for both items 13.1 and 13.2 out of chapter 16 is approved and submit by John Oglesby and seconded by Gwen Sears. Sharon Goey.
Yeah.
Thank you. Aris Occasion.
Yes.
Thank you. Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Thank you. Gwen Sear,
Yes.
Gary McGath,
Yes.
and John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. Unanimous. Passes. Thank you. Next item.
Okay, so the next item within item number 14, sub-item 14-1 is code section 1704.2.3. Similar to the previous two items, this is being carried forward without change.
Okay. I have a question on the committee action matrix. This is the last code section under item 14. It's showing 1775.1. I think that's 1707.1.
That is correct. I have that on my notes too. We'll correct that.
Okay.
Yes, so sub item 14-3 on the commission action matrix, just for the record, 1775.1 should be 1707.1.
Thank you, Brandon.
Sure.
Any comments from the committee? Gwyneth?
Like the last one, this is just carrying forward an amendment, and I don't have a problem with it.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands from, oh, okay, John? You're muted.
There we go. If the chair pleases, could we take items 14.1 through 14.13?
Yes, yeah, we can look at the entire item 14, yes.
Okay, so you got another question.
Yes, Kevin?
If we take that as a block, I have a suggested change or a modification that is required for 1704.6.1 and 1704.6.2.
That's fine. Sharon, just as a little side note, typically we'll take something in a block like that and then ask if there are any of the items within the block that any of the members want to have a discussion on. Sounds like Kevin wants to talk about these two items, so we'll discuss those, take motion on those, and then, or actually discuss those. If everything's fine, then you can take the whole block. Otherwise, we can take those independently as motions.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, so Kevin, would you like to discuss those two items, sub-items?
Sure. So as I understand the integration of the 2021 IBC being brought forward, 1704.6.1 in the IBC currently indicates that structural observations shall be provided for those structures where one or more of the following conditions exist. As printed in the release document for modifications from BSC, we identify that item 6 is the requirement for structural observation shall be noted and prominently displayed on the front sheet of the approved plans and incorporated into the general notes on the approved plans. That is not a condition like the other 5 points. So it probably needs to either be modified in wording, which I don't think works very well, or potentially incorporated into 1704.6.2.
So let's see here. What BSC is proposing here, and maybe I can get DSA structural staff to chime in at some point. What BSC is proposing here is to co-adopt a Division of State Architects Structural Safety Amendment and apply our banner, which I will add on 14-3. On your express terms, you don't see the BSC banner, but we are planning on adding it. So therefore it will apply only to Building Standards Commission's jurisdiction and not a broad application. As far as details of the amendment, I would need DSA to chime in as to explain further detail.
Brendan?
Yes.
So I actually didn't catch what Kevin had caught. I agree with what Kevin has raised. Furthermore, the language that's being proposed here is vague. Prominently displayed is not defined. It also requires the requirement for structural observation to be both noted on the front sheet of the plans and included in the general notes. So suddenly we're required to include this in 2 locations in the drawings when it's not necessarily more important than any other requirement in the drawing. It's also, I think it's also problematic in that, if the front sheet is just a title sheet, why would you put the structural observation requirements on the title sheet or on the architectural sheet if that's the first set of the plans? So this one, I don't mean to give you heartburn, Brandon, but this one raised my eyebrows quite a bit. I think it violates a couple different criteria, which I think it violates 9.6 0.6 of the 9-point criteria, in that it's vague regarding the prominently displayed, and it's not required as well. I'm okay with putting the requirements for structural observations in the drawings, but not with this specificity.
Brandon, this is Brian Frank with DSA. I think you called on us. Would it be appropriate for me to jump in and try to help clarify a little bit?
It would be helpful to me, yes.
Okay. So apologies, I'll be introduced later. My name is Brian Frank. I'm on staff with the Division of the State Architect. So what this shows up here in part 2, the language I think that's being proposed, and I have to, qualify that by saying I'm obviously more familiar with our express terms than BSC's, but the intent here was this was language that currently is existing in part 10. I believe it's in I believe it's section 319 or 320, one of those. I can get the details. Those 2 sections are co-adopted by BSC and DSA. So DSA, and you'll see in our package, we are proposing to take those requirements, which are really quality assurance requirements and are often missed because they fall currently in the IEBC in a section that is specific to structural rehabilitation. And otherwise, the IEBC doesn't really, the CEBC Part 10 doesn't really address quality assurance requirements. So the intent here was to move those into this location where they would be less likely to be missed and be more accessible to the users. That's just kind of the general background. Now, the details of how that fits into BSC's package, I would need to study that in more detail. I think we would need some more time to coordinate that. The DSA's version of that goes into Chapter 17A, as you may note, and that is a slightly different relocation. But to the extent that it helps, I think it's important to understand that the language exists and it's being relocated, if that helps.
Brendan?
Question for Brian. So that language exists, but it only exists for existing buildings right now, existing structures. And what's being proposed is that it be required for all structures in new construction, basically. It's being moved to the IBC.
That was not DSA's intent. I'm not sure if that's how it's written now.
It wouldn't, if it's adopted by DSA and the Building Standards Commission, it wouldn't apply to all structures. It would only apply to structures within the 2 agencies' jurisdiction. So BSC's jurisdiction is quite small. It's state buildings, I think UCs and CSUs, and that's what this would apply to, I believe.
So it would apply to new buildings that fall under your jurisdictions, correct?
If it's brought into the CBC, yes.
Well, though, I think the and I think the intent was to maintain the regulatory effect, and those so then to qualify it if when it's relocated to Chapter 17 to qualify it as applicable specific to existing buildings, because that is the continuation of the current provision. Now, if we've not captured that intent, then we'd have to look at that further, I think.
I mean, my perception is that that's not what it says. It doesn't reference existing buildings at all. And I'm not sure that that's a good idea, primarily because the IBC generally deals with just new construction.
And I concur with Gwen. I think in this case, moving it to section 17, one, it's trying to be shoehorned into a condition that really doesn't allow it to work very well. And two, it would be applicable to all new buildings. And I believe there's already a consideration for that that I think has been stricken elsewhere. So we're introducing new language that applies to new buildings that are under this code. And if that's not the intent, then we probably should not have this.
Diane?
Yes, I was, let's see, I was just going to offer, I was looking during this discussion at DSA's.
This is Mike. Can you introduce who you are, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning. I'm Diane Gould. I'm the principal structural engineer with DSA Structural Safety Codes and Standards Unit. And we'll be presenting a little later today, but as Brian noted, I did confirm, I think there's a little bit of a difference in what we have in our express terms. As he mentioned in the A chapter, it's section 1704A.6.1. We do note in our language that this is a requirement on rehabilitation projects. And I don't see that language in the version of BSC's express terms. So while the language is similar, the differences I see between BSC's 1704.6.1 is that they do not have the language on rehabilitation projects that is in DSA 1704A.6.1. So I don't know if they modified it to include that language, if that would allay the concern, but I just wanted to point out the difference between the two that I see.
Okay, I'm going to maybe ask Kevin, what would be your proposal?
And do we need public comments?
Yeah, you also have John on the line. He wants to say something too. And then, yeah, we do need to go to public and Zoom.
Okay, yeah, I just saw the raised hand. Okay, John?
Yes, thank you. So it looks like we have two alternatives: go for further study or insert amendment language now. So is there anybody who wants to propose some language?
As a person assisting the chair procedurally, we usually don't like to craft language on the floor. Direction to go back and examine, so further study is usually preferable. It gives us a chance to go back and work with DSA and make amendments needed for the 45-day.
Thank you, Mike. All right, any other comments from the committee before we go to the public? Okay, any comments from the public on Zoom? Or
Just
the
a
phone?
reminder to use the raise hand feature in Zoom if you'd like to comment, and on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 to put yourself in the queue. In Zoom, there are no hands raised. I will check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
There's no public comment.
Thank you. So we're back to the committee.
Question?
Yes.
So it looks to me like we have 3 options. We can approve it as amended, but we haven't discussed any amendments. We can recommend further study, or we can disapprove. If we disapprove, how is that different from further study?
Well, I can help with that if you want, Sharon. So typically, disapproval is something that would not be able to be modified or fixed with further review. In other words, it's just a bad idea and you shouldn't go forward with it. The reason disapproval is because if there is a reason that the agency needs to move forward on this, they have to then reject the disapproval. They have to not agree to disapproval. And then that raises questions by the commission, but that's the process. So it's fine. You guys can decide as a group whether a further study or disapproval is warranted. Further study, as I mentioned earlier, does give the agencies a chance to tweak the language, perhaps to discuss the differences and align them more in a better way so that they can move forward to 45-day. And then the approve as amended, I just want to mention now because this will slow things down if we don't mention it now. Approve as amended is typically, we try to keep that to a very minimum amendment process. In other words, if you know that there's a misspelled word, or if you know that there's a wrong reference section, or the reference to another standard isn't the correct one, or even bad formatting, that kind of thing, or perhaps a change in a word or two that isn't too significant. Those are the kind of amendments that you guys are really able to make. The issue with crafting the language is the agencies have worked on this stuff for quite some time, number of months, if not a year or more. And they've worked with workshops and interested parties, and they've crafted the language that you currently see. And so with a couple of weeks of review, we kind of the commission will tend to lean towards the agency as the subject matter expert and give them great weight in a determination between CAC recommendation and the agency's determination moving forward. So with that being the case, we usually like to give the agencies a chance to try to correct the problem and move forward. So further study works well with that, identifying which one of the 9 criteria are not being met so that we can focus on that and see if it can be fixed. If it can't, we will withdraw that item if it just can't be fixed. So that's an option the agencies have during the process as well.
So if it pleases the chair, I will make a motion that we return the proposed language for 1704.6.1 back to BSC. And I believe that the appropriate point of the 9 points, let me get to it here in a second.
I'm sorry, what were the 9 points I missed?
I got to get to that document so I can actually read the correct one. I believe that we have a couple of items. 6, the proposed building standard is ambiguous or vague in whole or in part. And potentially item 8, which is the format of the proposed building standards not being consistent with that adopted by the commission, primarily being a condition identified under 1704.6.1.
Thanks, Kevin.
I would add it probably also violates point number 4, in that it's unreasonable to require 2 mentions of the same thing in the drawings and tell exactly where they need to be.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have a motion.
Yeah, so then just to clarify, the motion is for further study with point 4, 6, and 8.
Correct.
Okay.
Second.
Thanks, Glenn.
Okay. Are we doing a roll call?
Yes, we are. Okay, so Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. Ara Sakazian.
Yes.
Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Gwen Searer.
Yes.
Gary McGavin.
Yes.
And John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. Unanimous.
All right, great.
4-2.
So it's going to go back to, okay, go ahead, Kevin.
So I agree with trying to adopt as many blocks as possible. And if it is acceptable to potentially identify individual locations where I only have minor changes, I believe now that I would suggest. So I'll go first. If Gwen has anything that's more substantial, then we may not be able to do what I'm suggesting. But with that being said, I think I can identify, amend, adopt with amendment, just because there are just very minor changes that popped out at me. And if we can do that, that would be perfect.
If you could, in doing that, if you could identify the commission action numbers that are in the matrix, that helps the staff keep track of which ones we're going to go.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Jeff.
So with that being said, 1704.6.2, and I'm sorry, I should probably reference the matrix, but it's in front of me, so it's a little easier to refer to this. At the end of the paragraph, it identifies the project's structural system retrofit. As we indicated before, if this is placed in section 1704 in the IBC by function of the code, it would actually be applicable to new buildings. I don't think that that's inappropriate for the application of this proposed section. And so I propose striking the projects. So it would just end with project, but getting rid of the structural system retrofit limitation and having it be applicable to all buildings as necessary. The reason being CAC item, I believe it's going to be 6, because it's a little bit ambiguous and probably not in the appropriate location. So maybe it's also 4.
So my heartburn on this one is similar to the last one. It's not just editorial. There are some editorial things. Kevin pointed out one. This is for the IBC now, for all projects under these jurisdictions. I mean, it talks about the general constructor instead of the general contractor. That's editorial. But then it says that the representative from the enforcement agency is supposed to be included in this. And that may be difficult to guarantee. It also says designated alternates may attend if approved by the structural observer. But from a contractual standpoint, I don't know that, I want that as the structural engineer record. I don't know that I want the ability to say you can attend, but you can't. That's not really up to me. And I'm not sure we should I don't think we should mandate who schedules the meeting. It says the structural observer shall schedule and coordinate this meeting. Again, that's not really what I want to be doing as a structural engineer.
Makes sense.
So I have concerns about criteria 4, criteria 5, criteria 3, because we're dumping stuff into the code that I don't see a purpose for. I don't have a problem with a pre-construction meeting. But putting this in here like this doesn't work for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, John?
I believe this would probably be a good candidate for further study.
Okay. Any other comments from the committee? Okay, I'm gonna check for any public comment on Zoom or the phone.
And as a reminder to the public, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. If you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 now to put yourself in the queue. And on Zoom, there are no hands raised. I'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
There is no public comment.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we're back to the committee. Do we have a motion?
Move for further study.
Okay. Can you
Second.
cite the criteria?
Yeah, criteria 4. It's not clear why this is required, so it seems unreasonable to me, at least as it's currently worded. Again, 5, cost, trying to get a representative from the enforcement agency to attend the pre-construction meeting. 3, because I don't think it's required as it's currently worded. Those are my 3.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Yes, I'm sorry. Second.
And who was the second? I didn't see. Was that
Kevin
Kevin?
Moore.
Thank
Kevin.
you, Kevin.
Okay, doing a roll call vote.
All right. Okay. This is for item 14.3. And it's a further study based on criteria 3, 4, and 5. Motion by Gwyneth Sear and seconded by Kevin Moore. Go ahead and do a roll call. Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. Aaron Sakasia. You're up. Mara.
Yes.
Thank you. Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Gwyneth Sear.
Yes.
Gary McGavin.
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Yes, further study. 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, back to the remaining items under item 14. Any of the sub items? Comment from any committee members?
So I'll just identify my next, and if Gwen has something in between, we can talk about something in between these two. 1705.1.11.2. Within the exception, I just have a editorial change. And it's item 2. It indicates the sheathing is wood structural panel or steel sheets on only one side of the shear wall, shear panel, or diaphragm assembly. And the fastener spacing, and then there's a the that is not stricken, is more than 4 inches on center. And I would suggest striking the so that it reads fastener spacing is more than 4 inches rather than spacing the is more than 4 inches.
Good call. We have picked that up in the express terms since prior to this meeting.
Great. Thank you.
Still a viable motion because that's the material you're looking at. So thank you, Kevin. We'll move forward with that.
So I move just to strike the word as an editorial and approve as amended.
Can you just repeat the code section?
Sure. 1705.11.2. Within the exception, item 2.
Any other comments from the committee? And so just to clarify the code section, that was the previous number, right? It's now 705, yeah, 0.12.2?
Yeah. Oh, Chair, would you like me to chime in?
Yes, please do.
Oh, yeah, so on the express terms, what we have shown is the text that's being repealed. The entire section is shown, but it's 1705.11.1 is shown, and it's going to be replaced by 1705.12.1. So when you look, let me see if I can explain it differently. So when you're looking at the express terms document, those 2 sections constitute item 14-6 on the commission action matrix. Does that help?
Yes.
Yeah, 14.6, right?
14-6, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, that's what I want to confirm.
There's a couple other items on here that are similar, so I'll be happy to point that out.
Comments from any other committee members? Ara?
So the way I understand, so since this is becoming 1705.12.1, then the next paragraph about code form still needs to be also 1705.12.1, right? In your express terms. 1705.12.2. We are looking at that exception. Kevin's concern was on that exception.
Yeah,
So the new code section will be 1705.12.2.
we'll get the numbering figured out because it's a combination of, going with the model code and moving forward. So I don't know that the numbering here is necessarily an issue. We'll make sure that gets squared away.
Okay, but the item is 14-6.
Yes,
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. I got it.
thank you.
I can actually retract my concern. I now understand what you're saying, Brandon, is that the actual suggested express term would be that is shown parenthetically previously a number. That is what you're proposing. And so what I have identified as a editorial change would occur in what is currently an exception being changed, brought forward. And even though it doesn't show a strikeout, the actual proposed language does address that editorial concern, and there's no need to make the change. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I understand and withdraw my concern. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
I have no other issues with the large block. So if anyone else wants to take issue with the large block, they could do that. But I would support adopting that large block as proposed.
Thank you, Kevin. Comments from any other committee members? John?
Yeah, would it be appropriate to make a motion to approve BSC 14.1, 14.4 through 14.13?
Yeah, let's finish all the public comments, then we'll come back to the motion. Any comments from the public on Zoom or the phone?
So a reminder to the folks in Zoom, if you'd like to comment, please use the raise hand feature now. And on the phone, please place yourself in the queue by dialing 1 and 0. There are no comments in Zoom. I'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. So John, can you just repeat the motion and then we'll have a second and vote?
Yes. Motion to approve as submitted 14.1, 14.4 through 14.13.
Second.
Who was the first seconder?
We'll
Gary?
give it to Kevin.
All right, Gary, thank you.
Oh.
You got
There's 3 of us.
it.
All
Okay,
right, roll call vote?
roll call vote. Thank you. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Aris Kazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwen Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Approved, submit. Thank you. Takes care of that one.
Thank you. All right, so we're looking at now item 15.
Chapter. Okay, so on 15, we have since posting and providing the commission action matrix. On the commission action matrix, there's an editorial correction. So this section, the sub-item 15-1 is addressing chapter 18, not 13. And what we are proposing to do here is adopt chapter 18, carry forward existing amendments, but we're not proposing any changes.
Okay, so just to clarify, the annotation in the committee action matrix, that's what you're revising, right? Chapter
Correct.
8. Yeah. Any comments from the committee? No. Okay, so I'm going to go to the public on Zoom and on the phone.
As a reminder to those in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature, and on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 to put yourself in the queue. There are no hands raised in Zoom. Oh,
You have 0 questions remaining.
and no public comment.
Okay. Thank you. Back to the committee for a motion.
Move to approve as submitted.
Thanks, Glenn.
Second.
Thanks, John.
Okay. A roll call vote, please.
Yes. Sharon Goey. Okay. R.S. Kazian.
Yes.
Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Gwen Searer.
Yes.
Gary McGavin.
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yeah.
Thank you. Unanimous. Item
Thank
6.
you. All right, item 16 regarding chapter 19.
So what BSC is proposing here for sub-items 16.1 and 16-2, we are bringing forward existing amendments without change. For 16-3, it's a section renumbering and we're updating a reference.
Thank you, Brandon.
Sure.
Comments from the committee? Okay, I don't see comments. So we'll go to the public on Zoom and on the phone.
For the public that wish to comment in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. For the phone, please press 1 and then 0. There are no hands raised in Zoom. I'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. We're back to the committee for a motion.
Move as approved.
Thanks, Gary.
Gary?
All right.
We're voting on all 3? Is that the motion?
Yes.
That was my motion.
Second.
Thanks, Glenn. Okay, so we have a motion to approve as submitted for item 16-1, 16-2, 16-3, which is chapter 19, section 1905, 1.2, 1.3, and 1.8. We got a approved submitted from Gary and a second from Gwen. Roll call. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
R.S. Akazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwen Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you, unanimous. Item 17.
All right, thank you. Item 17, chapter 20.
So item 17, actually item 17, 18, and 19, we are simply proposing to carry forward, adopt the chapters and carry forward without change.
Okay, so we could look at 3 altogether. Item 17, 18, and 19, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Gary? I see
Yes,
your
move.
hand raised.
Yes, move as submitted, all 3. 17,
Okay,
18, and 19.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let's make sure we have no public comments.
No.
Can we check Zoom and the phone?
On Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. Comment. If you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. No hands raised. Check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
This is a drive. This is a drive-by.
I wasn't planning on buying that, but.
Okay, yeah, I apologize before. I forgot to remove my previous hand, but for this one, yes, move all three items as submitted.
Thanks, Gary. A second.
Second.
Was that John?
Yes, that was John.
Thank you.
Right, so roll call vote?
Thanks, Sharon. Sharon Goey,
Media here, media there.
Yes.
Ara Sakavian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwyneth Sear,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous for submit. Item,
Thank you, Michael.
yeah, I think you're on to item 20, right?
Item 20, chapter 23. Brandon?
So for item 20, all three items are a repeal the state language and replace with identical model code language. I will add that 2304.10.1, the first phrase, fire resistance, is italicized, which we've made a note of. We're going to put that in non-italicized text, but otherwise these sections are a straight repeal and replace. There's no change in the text. And what you'll find, similar to the previous item, the entire section being repealed is shown, and I suppose that could be cleaned up going forward. 2304. So for example, 2304.10.1.2 is being replaced with 2304.10.1, 2304.11.3. It's shown that there's a little bit of duplication, but all of these are repeals and replace without any change in the actual text.
Thank you, Brandon.
Sure.
Any comments from the committee? No. Okay, so we'll go to the public, check for any comments on Zoom or the phone.
If you're in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to comment. And if you are on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. In Zoom, there are no hands raised. I'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
0 public comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, so looking for a motion from the committee.
A motion to approve as submitted, BSC 20-1, 20-2, and 20-3.
Second.
Thanks, Glenn.
All right, roll call vote.
Yes.
Same
Sharon?
thing, but I can correct this.
Yes.
They'll let me correct this one. I don't know why, but this is old. So if I have a blank page on here,
Yes.
of course, these aren't even.
I
I guess it is
Yes.
a page right there. With, yeah.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Takes us to item 21.
Item 21, chapter 24. Brandon?
Sure. So item 21, also the remaining 3 items, items 21, 22, and 23, we're proposing just to adopt the chapters without change. So all of those items they're similar proposals,
Okay.
actually identical.
Okay. So we can look at all 3 together. Gwyneth?
Yeah, so I think we should look at all 3 together. I definitely like the idea of adopting chapters without messing with them.
Thank you.
So it should make your lives more, make them easier, and it makes engineers' lives easier as well. So thank you. One other thing. So and this is for everyone. If I object to one of your proposals, I'm more than willing to work with you offline after this hearing or after this committee action and try to reach resolution or help you formulate changes that would address my concerns. And that's for all the ones coming up as well.
Thank you very much. That's greatly appreciated. Okay.
Any other comments from the committee? If not, okay, we'll go check on public comments on Zoom and the phone.
For public comment in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. On the phone, please press 1 and then 0. In Zoom, there are no hands raised. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comments.
Thank you. So with no comments, we'll look for a motion from the committee.
Move to approve items 21, 22, and 23 as submitted.
Second.
All right, roll call vote.
You got it. Thanks. Okay, Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Aris Akazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwen Searer,
Yes.
Empty space,
Gary McGavin,
just like this one.
Yes.
Empty space.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
Okay.
Yeah, you need
Okay.
to just click it so that this one is selected.
Great.
Okay,
Next,
now,
So-
we went
I think
to,
item 5, right?
Yeah, so we've completed agenda item 4. Should we get started on item 5 and then I don't know if there's an estimate if when we should take a break or
I think it wasn't like an hour and
We don't have any requirements because we don't have any ASL or captioners today.
Okay. So it's whatever time frame you feel you need to make a break so people can use facilities or get a drink of water. So it's fine. I think we're doing okay. Maybe we go to 10:30 and take a little 10-minute.
okay. Sorry, my internet cut out for a second. I didn't hear everything you said.
That's fine. I'm just thinking, I think we're doing well. We don't have any other reasons we would need to stop. So we can go, I would say, for another 15 minutes to 10:30 and then take a 10-minute break for a bathroom break.
Okay, great. Sounds good. Okay, so we'll go to agenda item 5, California Building Standards Commission, adopt and amend the 2022 edition of the California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24. So we'll look at item 1 under that.
Yeah, I think.
So I would probably need to start. So good morning, committee chair and members. My name is Irina Brausman, and I'm an associate architect with the California Building Standards Commission. I'm here today to present agenda item 5, which contains BSC's proposed adoption and amendments of the 2022 California Existing Building Code. So the majority of BSC proposal is to carry forward existing amendments and to adopt or not adopt the model code with no changes from the previous cycle. And the majority of our amendments are in chapter 3, and the majority of those amendments are to clarify existing language and kind of editorial in nature. And several items that I would like to point to bring your attention to. We are adding new section 105.5.1 about permit expiration, and that similar provision was added to other parts of the Title 24, and that was heard by other committees already. Then we are adopting new model code sections about bleachers, and you may have questions or may not about those. Then we are moving or repealing definitions from section 318.1. And last one, we are modifying section 319.10. And one of those modifications we just discussed, moving part of the language to part 2, and that was sent for further study. So we will probably need to look at that also. So that concludes my overview, and I can go item by item next.
Okay. I think I'm gonna propose, going through item by item just to stay organized like we did with the last agenda item, if the committee is okay with that. Okay.
So item 1, we are carrying forward existing amendments in chapter 1, division 1, and the only change is we are updating IEBC 201A to 2021 reference, and that's it for item 1.
Okay. Thank you. Any comments from the committee? Okay, we'll check for public comments on Zoom or the phone.
If you're in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to comment. If you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. There are no hands raised in Zoom. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. So is there a motion from the committee?
Approve as submitted.
Second.
Who was the second?
That was me, Gwen.
Thanks, John.
Right, roll call vote.
Is there discussion here, Sharon? Are we
sure.
talking about the inclusion of section 105, the 105.5? That's what we're talking about here?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Not yet, right?
No, not yet. Right.
Want to make sure, just the second one, right?
I'll repeat the motion before the roll call. Motion is approved to submit for item 1-1, or in this case, section number 1.1.1 title. And it's the addition of changing the year of the model code from 2018 to 2021. Okay,
Thank you, Mike.
roll call vote. Sharon Goey?
Yes.
You, Aris Kazian?
Yes.
Kevin Moore?
Yes.
Gwen Searer?
Yes.
Gary McGavin?
Yes.
Yes.
Don Oglesby?
File hosting. Yes.
Thank you. Unanimous.
Official support. So
Item
you gotta
14.
be on the internet to use it.
1-2? 2-1.
2-1, yeah.
I get it.
So here we adopt selected sections in division 2, and there is no change from previous cycle. And we are adding new section 105.5.1 to address expiration of permits per statutory requirements in Assembly Bill 2913, which became operative January 1, 2019. The same language has also been added to other Title 24 parts, and that was discussed at other CAC meetings already.
Okay. Thank you. Any comments from the committee? Kevin, then Gwen.
I could defer to Gwen because I'm sure she has the same one that I do. There's an identification that it says the building official. That should be the code official. And that's in the, it looks like second sentence for 105.5.1.
Gwen?
Yeah, I mean, from a structural standpoint, code structure, this really should be an exception as opposed to another requirement that conflicts with the one above. And I'm curious why you didn't just change the one above, the 105.5, as opposed to putting in a completely, yeah, I guess that's my question.
I can address that real quick if you want. Because of the limited scope for BSC, we can only add an amendment that applies to the occupancies we regulate. And so we can't change a model code section to apply to everybody. It would only apply to us. So to keep it clear and to let the local jurisdiction know or the local enforcement official know that this model code provision still exists the way it was initially proposed by ICC, but we have this additional one that was driven by a new law to allow certain circumstances because of, as it explains, conditions out of their control cause delays. So, so we added it as a separate amendment just for us. Now, on that note, locals can pick it up by ordinance and apply it if they have that issue in their jurisdiction.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from the committee? Ara?
Comment.
Yeah, Ara?
I think with the building official language is more appropriate because it's defined in a code. Code official is not defined. That's my understanding. That's, doesn't make big difference. It's going to go to the same desk anyway.
I don't disagree at all, Ara. If that's the case, though, then we got to change 105.5 to identify building official because it says code official, right? And I don't know, it would be helpful, Mike, if we can understand what of the 9 parameters alignment of language would fit under. That would just help for me. I'm sure it exists and people have used it before. It's just hard for me to figure out.
Yeah, I think it's probably a coordination thing for sure, because the language below and the new language, we crafted based on the existing language and what the law said. So I think that was just a mistake on our part, not copying code and putting in building, because we're realizing that this is kind of a building official issue. But I think code is more appropriate, and the fact that it doesn't limit it only to the building official in that condition. So, but you know, I'm not a building official, so I will defer to Ara and others who are for how they would like to see it, and we'll follow that direction.
Either way is okay with me, just as long as we have a definition of the term and we stick with the definition. Oh, and I understand that some languages we get from the state assembly bill and we copy, but in most cases, the language there is not necessarily exactly reflecting our definitions. So
okay, I did get some clarification from staff. They just came in and mentioned that in the actual text of the law, and this is one of the reasons we don't like legislators writing requirements for law for building standards, but they wrote in the legislation building officials. So we are kind of, our hands are tied to a certain extent by duplicating the language in there. So we'll look at what we can do to deal with that. But yeah, it's in the law that way, so we're kind of limited in what we can change.
yeah.
And can I add also?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, and this same section was approved for other parts in the code. So it's kind of, if we change something here, that will be different from the same provision in other parts of the code.
Good point. Yeah, that they were previously approved in another part, the way it's written now.
Thank you.
I'll withdraw my concern.
John?
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think John has a comment.
Yes, go ahead, John.
I think we, you know, given its legislation, and we all love that, that the definition of the building official, since one needed to be added because of the legislation, is covered in the next item.
Understood. And the next item would have been that we don't need that, but now I clearly understand the process and where we are. So I'll withdraw my concern and propose that we continue to adopt item by item as proposed.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kevin. Any other comments from the committee? Gwen?
So just to be clear, I'm not withdrawing my objection that this really needs to be an exception as opposed to a conflicting requirement. And I don't object to the legislative language at all. It's just, I think it needs to be an exception. So if I get to make a motion, it will be to do further study based on criteria 0.8.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments from the committee, we'll check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone.
If you're in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. If you are on the phone, please press 1 and 0. In Zoom, there are no hands raised. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. All right, so we're back to the committee for a motion.
I think Gwen probably got it, huh?
Move to approve, move for further study, based on criteria 0.8. It should be an exception.
Is there any second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, first and second. Okay, I'll read the motion. First and second to further study to look at whether or not this particular 105.5.1 exception, expiration should be an exception as opposed to a body code section. So we will look at that. That's based on criteria number 8. Further studied by Gwen and seconded by Gary. I'll do roll call now. Sharon Goey?
No.
Okay. Eris Akajian?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Thank you. Kevin Moore?
No.
Gwen Searer?
Yes.
Gary McGavin? So yes? You're muted. Okay, I got your nod.
Yes.
Thank you. John Oglesby?
No.
Okay, so motion fails 4-2. New motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay.
Second.
Who was second?
Kevin.
Kevin, thanks, Kevin. Okay, to approve and submit for item 2-1, which is section 105.5.1. I'll do roll call for approve and submit. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Eris Akazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwyneth Searer,
No.
Gary McGavin,
No.
and John Oglesby.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 4-2. Thank you.
Thank you. Gonna propose maybe a quick break here.
Good idea.
Okay.
Okay, it's 10:30, so where do you want, 1:45?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, 10:45, then sounds good.
We'll see everybody back here at 10:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
So cold.
What's that?
It's so cold.
I know, huh? I feel the same way. we're going back live here.
All right, let me unshare.
Okay. Hi, Sharon. I think we're.
Hi. Yes, I think we're all back. Okay.
Okay. Before we get started again, I wanted to mention real quick for those who, when you're waiting to speak, try to remember to keep yourself muted. Gary, I think because of your location, you're getting a little bit of feedback and background from the people around. So if you can mute and then unmute when you want to talk, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So now we're looking at item number 3.
So item number 3, BSC continues to adopt chapter 2, but we are proposing several amendments at this time. So we are moving 2 definitions from, and that's building official and enforcement agency. And we are co-adopting repair with ASHPAD. And all 3 of those were coordinated with DSA also.
Okay. Any comments from the committee? Okay, Gwen?
Yeah, so in the I don't have a problem with the first 2 items. The definition of repair, I think, is problematic. For example, it talks about the non-structural load resisting system. In the definition, it says structural and non-structural load resisting system. So does anyone know what the non-structural load resisting system is?
That hopefully DSA can clarify. Brian, are you there?
Yes, yes, I'm here. I believe you said correctly that you're proposing to co-adopt this. This is an existing definition adopted by ASHPAD currently. Is that correct?
Yes.
And DSA, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, and we are similarly when we get to our package, we will similarly propose co-adoption with ASHPAD. So having this, I think this language was originally authored by ASHPAD, so I don't know that I can speak to the question specifically. At least the intent of the author, I don't.
Okay, so my next question would be, suppose you have a cladding that's damaged and you want to repair it, but that cladding does not, and I'm quoting, participate in the vertical or lateral response of a structure. So based on that definition, that cladding cannot be repaired or is not a repair.
Gwen, I'm going to ask if we have some other members that are going to be part of this committee review, other state agency members. I don't know that they're on yet because their packages are later in the review, but is Richard Tannehill online?
Yeah, I saw him.
Did you? Richard, if you're there, maybe you can help us out with this.
I'm just getting back. I'm more than happy to help if you can recap me, sorry.
Sure, yeah, we're talking about the definition that we have in item number 3 for repair. That's an existing definition that BSC is co-adopting. And Gwen had some questions related to some of the language in the definition. So perhaps, Gwen, you could repeat your question and then Richard.
Sure, I have 3. The first one is, what is, and I'm quoting from the proposed definition, what is a non-structural load resisting system?
Basically bracing. Basic, yeah, anchorage and bracing. It's not primary frame.
Okay, and what about, let's say you have a cladding on a building, like a rain screen, that doesn't participate in the vertical or lateral response of the structure, but it gets damaged, and I want to repair it. But according to the language, you have to be restoring or enhancing the structural and non-structural load resisting system, participating in the vertical or lateral response of a structure, but that cladding doesn't do that. So doesn't this definition preclude those panels from being repaired or being considered a repair if you're repairing them?
No, they can be repaired as is or better.
As what?
As is or better. The
Okay.
requirement, they need to be replaced as they were.
Okay, I think I respectfully disagree with you. I think they would actually be excluded from this definition because they do not participate in the vertical or lateral response of the structure.
And
I can have our structural engineer chime in on that.
When maybe I could characterize it the way that I understood and got comfortable with it.
Sure.
So the non-structural load resisting system is that within the OSHPD and DSA world, as long as it has some structure supporting it, that is the system. So whether it's anchorage is separate than that, but oftentimes you might have a small frame supporting panels. That is not a structural system as you would identify it. It's a non-structural system supporting a non-structural element. It is not very clear, I understand, and from a prescriptive sense, but it does exist elsewhere and it makes some sense in that context. The language here that I've gotten comfortable with over the years is that it's participating in the vertical or lateral response. So if it needs to be repaired, as you stated, I think what you're saying is that the repair might be that it's damaged from an impact that has nothing to do with the response. However, the building, even though it's not necessarily responding in a way that we can see, it is responding to that impact, and the failure of this element is the response to that impact. And it is lateral because if you think about, throwing a rock against it and it fails and that rock bends a structural element, it's participating in that response. So it's intended, I believe, to identify the lateral response of a structure, not necessarily its assistance or participation in a load resistance capacity, but rather just with movement or with response to some outside force.
What about like corrosion or deterioration?
So I believe the interpretation is that you lose capacity in those conditions. And so it is no longer, it has the ability to respond correctly. And so it's been established that there's a structural element that needs to be replaced because now the capacity is reduced. It isn't necessarily as clear as what I just indicated here in terms of the actual response, but that is the interpretation that I've run into before.
Are we looking at, which section are we looking at? Because my definition I have is very different from what you guys are quoting.
Richard, we're in BSC's proposal for
repair, item 3.
It's chapter 2. Yeah, correct. It's a chapter 2 definition that's being added to BSC and DSA that exists under OSHPD definitions.
Okay, because we do have a definition of repair in part 10 too. That's different from that.
Correct.
so I
That's
want
what
to add also.
Yeah, Irina had some input here.
Yeah, so we are not simply co-adapting the definition. The intent is kind of replace already existing definition for repair with this OSHPD definition. And if you look at the existing definition in section 318.1, it talks about the same things. It's just a bit different language. And we are repealing that definition in section 318.1 and replacing it with this one.
Yeah, I believe Roy Lobo is signing in now. He'd probably be better suited to answer that than me.
Can someone tell me what the problem is with the definition in the IBC or the IEBC?
So that they both are in IEBC. It's just BSC and and DSA. We have several sections that apply only to BSC and DSA in chapter 3, and those sections are IEBC 318 to 320 something. And in section 318, we have separate definitions that apply only to our sections in chapter 3. So the intent is to bring those sections in those definitions in section 318 to chapter 2, so that all the definitions in IEBC are in the same place, if possible. So that's the intent.
Yeah, and to add to what Irina is saying, the definition that exists in 318 most closely matches the OSHPD definition in chapter 2 versus the model code definition. So all the uses of repair within those sections 317 through 322 would need to be revisited to make sure that the meaning is still accurate as intended.
Yeah, this is Richard Tannehill. Roy Lobo is online. He might be able to answer that. You'll probably have to bring him up to speed. He jumped in from another meeting. But the definition of repair that's in part 2 is the same as in part 10.
So we don't need to belabor this. Honestly, I'm not convinced that we should adopt this. I have no problem with the existing language in the IEBC. It's the reconstruction, replacement, or renewal of any part of an existing building for the purpose of its maintenance or to correct damage. I think that's a more succinct definition that works with all the other provisions in the code. And I just don't like this wordier language that we have to somehow rationalize to make it make sense. But that's
I can perhaps help a little with clarity on that too, that this is an existing definition that's an amendment from the state. So it only applies in these cases to DSA, OSHPD, and in the case, it'll be BSE's scope. But the model, anybody working outside of DSA, OSHPD, or BSE's scope of authority would be using the model code provisions. So just to be repair and model code still going to be there.
I understand that. Just because one branch of the executive, I don't know, does something doesn't mean that I want to see it in more branches. But that's my philosophy.
We do have some raised hands, so it's going to go to John.
Yeah, I think the thing that troubles me about it is you can't even diagram it as an English sentence. You know, just from listening to the discussion, everybody says, well, gee, I've sort of done it this way, and this is the way I've treated this, but it's not a clear definition. I don't have any idea what a non-structural load resisting system is, and how that would apply. I mean, so I think I defer to the definition that's in the code now.
Ara?
I was going to say almost the same as John and Gwen have mentioned, that current definition for the IBC or California Building Code for repair perfectly fine and works for all other provisions of the code, because there are so many code sections that are not dealing with structural repair, but they are dealing with repair, and the definition of repair applies to all these code sections. Now, when we specifically comment, state that it's structural or non-structural elements or load-bearing elements or non-load-bearing elements, I don't understand that. So it's kind of when only OSHPD is adopting that as a building official doing local jurisdictions, dealing with local jurisdictions, I'm fine. But when Building Standard Commission is going to adopt this already, I need to deal with this, and I'm going to be confused which definition to use.
Ara, I can help with that, and just saying that if you're working on UC projects or campus lighting or retaining wall conditions for, for minimum size retaining conditions, you're going to run into BSC. But other than that, unless it's a state building that nobody else regulates, that's kind of what falls in our scope. So you probably won't run into too many of our projects out there, but you might.
Yeah, but if you put BSC in front of in brackets, then locals are going to enforce that. So then I cannot use the other definition, general definition.
No, let me clarify. Let me clarify something, because it's really important that everybody understand that the BSC adoption is the application of our authority within the code standards. So the modifications we make to this only apply to the scope of authority within Chapter 1. That's under BSC's scope of authority, which isn't all occupancies throughout the state. The Commission's adoption of Title 24 in publication and the effectiveness of that code is what applies to all occupancies throughout the state. It's the code adoption process, not BSC's amendments. So the amendments we make to the code only apply to a very small scope of authority for BSC. I know that's confusing out there for enforcement, but that's the reality of it. We can't write amendments that apply to every other occupancy unless it's in Calgary.
Thanks for clarification, Michael. And I will stick with my opinion that the original repair definition of the IBC is perfectly fine for me, and I can apply that to all code sections.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a raised hand from Brian Frank with DSA.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to make sure that the committee understands that, if this particular proposal is, rejected, which, it may be, the default wouldn't go back to the model code definition for the scope of buildings that we're talking about, the BSC scope. The default would actually fall back to the definition that exists in 318.1, which is very similar to the what's being proposed and it being adopted. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear and not misunderstood. That's all. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the committee? Okay, John?
Yeah, I don't have any objection to BSC, wanting to write their language along with OSHPD and DSA. Don't take it that way. But I'd like to send this, personally, I would like to send it back for further study so that you could at least make it a cohesive sentence. You can't follow this. Thank you.
The thing is that that's an existing definition.
Yeah, I think point of clarity just for the committee to understand that all we're doing for BSC is we're adding our banner to this existing definition that OSHPD already has. So the action would be a further study is fine, or disapproval, whatever you want to do, but it's only going to mean that we're not going to move forward with the definition if we accept the recommendation. But the definition will exist and remain in the code for OSHPD and DSA because they're not the ones who are proposing the change. We're trying to align with them. So we're co-adopting a definition that they already have. Just so you know, the scope is only going to be for BSC.
Kevin?
I want to just double check what I thought I heard is that a reversion. So anticipating that maybe this is not adopted. The existing repair definition is in the 2019 CBC. Is that correct?
The existing definition that would take effect if you guys don't allow this to move forward, or you recommend not moving forward, would divert back to 318.1, where the amendment for repair is existing now.
Got it. Okay. Not within the definitions portion of the CBC.
Correct.
Okay. Gwen? Gwen, did you have a raised hand?
Sorry, I withdrew it.
Oh, okay. Okay, seeing no other comments from the committee, I'm going to check for public comments on Zoom or on the phone.
If you are in Zoom and wish to comment, please use the raise hand feature. If you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 to put yourself in the queue. In Zoom, there are no hands raised. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
There is no public comment.
Okay. Thank you. So with no comments, we look for a motion from the committee.
I'm going to move for further study with a request that instead of just dropping it, which I don't want, I would prefer that the DSA comes back and, or sorry, I've lost my screen. Yeah, BSC comes back with a definition that matches that of the IEBC. And the reason for further study is that it violates 0.6, which is vague. It violates 0.7, which conflicts with national standards. And it's 3, not in the public interest to make this less clear than the IEBC definition. And I realize there are conflicts with other jurisdictions. However, in my opinion, that shouldn't be the reason for doing this, right? If everyone keeps doing what everyone else is doing, we'll never get rid of bad language in the code. So I would urge the rest of the committee to also vote for further study.
Just to clarify, Gwen, we were looking at just the repair definition under this item.
That's correct. I mean, I could make a motion for 1 and 2 if you want first. I don't have a problem with those.
I don't think it matters the order.
Okay, so let's just stick with this is item 3-3, definition of repair.
Okay.
Could I suggest a discussion before a second, potentially? Just because I've now heard the motion and I'd recommend a different motion.
Yeah.
Okay. Gwen, your motion then would actually, if they came back with a definition that was going to match the IEBC definition, that would conflict with the existing definitions within Chapter 2. So there's no need for it. If you don't like it and you want it to be as it stands from the IEBC, then I think you want to recommend that you do not accept this proposal, and that we strike it here and in section 318, so that the only definition for repair exists as it stands currently, and that the BSC adopt that definition, identifying BSC in brackets as it exists currently.
So then I have a point of order. Are we allowed to recommend striking it? Like, I'm not sure if that.
No, you would, I think we disallow this, right? Or what's our official statement, Mike?
Disapprove?
Well, the motion most likely would be if you disapprove the repair, which is 3-3, then there's a separate item, I believe, for 318.1 that's going to come up later that will address the other definition that's being proposed to be stricken. So at that time, you'd probably reject that one as well, or allow that to continue, which would then remove that one, then defaulting to the only thing left would be model code.
Right. So I think, Gwen, what you want to do here is you want to disapprove this. That's the motion that I think you want. And then you would approve, as Mike indicated, later.
Okay, then I would like to revise my motion to disapprove the definition repair item 3-3.
Okay, for the same 3 points.
And criterion.
Yeah.
Yes, same criteria.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you, Kevin.
Sure. And I would add, I think, Gwen, that you also would support that you have a conflict with its own standard, so that you would actually have CAC item 1 as well.
That's okay with the motioner? Okay. So affirmative nod. Okay. So I'll restate it. We don't have a second yet, but I'll go ahead and restate it and then see if we get a second. This is for item 3-3, which is the definition of repair that BSC is co-adopting, or proposing to co-adopt. Gwen suggested disapproval to match the definition in the IEBC for repair, and not to go forward with continued language that seems problematic for OSHPD and DSA's definition for repair, based on criteria number 1, 3, 6, and 7. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Sean. Okay.
Roll call vote?
Yeah, let me do that one. Make a note here. Okay. Roll call vote. Sharon Goey.
No.
Okay. Eris Gazian.
Yes.
Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Gwen Asirer.
Yes.
Gary McGavin. Was that couldn't hear you, Gary.
Yes.
Thank you. And John Oglesby. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, motion passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now we'll look at items 3.1 and 3.2. That's the definitions for building official and enforcement agency. Any comments from the committee? No. Okay, we'll check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone.
If you're in Zoom, a reminder to use the raise hand feature. If you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. And we have a public comment in Zoom. Joe, go ahead.
This is Joe Kane with Solar Energy Industries Association. I don't have a comment on this item, but I just want to mention, I find it a little difficult to follow along at home. So I think it would be helpful to mention a little bit more with request for public comment about what the item is, what the subject is. So I would just suggest, just a suggestion, that it'd be helpful if the request for public comment could be a little more, instead of just, is there public comment, to mention the subject. I think it would just be helpful to keep the meeting flowing for those trying to follow at home. That's all. Thank you. I will have plenty to say when we get to PV topics. But I want to be able to make sure that I hit the mark and don't miss something. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon, can you add to that when you do your request for comment?
Yeah, I'll just repeat the item number because I've been doing it at the beginning of the item, but sure.
Okay. Excellent. Okay, so I believe we just 3.3, we're looking at 3.1 and 3.2.
3.1 and 3.2 definitions for building official enforcement agency. So is there a motion from the committee?
Move to approve as submitted items 3-1 and 3-2.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thanks, Sharon.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Sharon?
Were we going to finish our public comment first?
Didn't we finish? Oh, yes, we didn't.
No.
Good point. Thanks. We need to go ahead and finish public comment. I think Barbara identified we didn't go to the phone yet.
Oh, the phone. That's right.
Yes, so that was the only hand in Zoom. There's no more hands, and we'll just check the phone real quick.
Thanks.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. All right. So we're ready for roll call vote. Approve and submitted for items 3.1 and 3.2, which is the definition of building official. BSC is adopting in the enforcement agency. Sharon Goey?
Yes.
Iris Akazian?
Yes.
Kevin Moore?
Sorry about that. Yes.
Thank you. Gwen Asirer?
Yes.
Gary McGavin?
Yes.
John Oglesby?
Yes.
Perfect. Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, I think we're on to item 4.
Item 4, there's quite a number of the subsections, so
Yeah, do we?
how staff wants to propose to explain the proposal.
Okay, so we are adopting selected sections of Chapter 3 and bringing forward existing California amendments. There are 2 new sections that BSC proposed for adoption and several modifications. So should I go item by item or how you would prefer to do that?
I'd like to check with the committee to see anyone has any comments on any of the particular sub-item?
I do.
Okay, Kevin, and then Gwen.
Yeah, mine's simple, so I'll go first, and then Gwen's will probably be a little more complicated. In section 317.6 and section 317.7, there are strikeouts and underlines that appear to be in need of, I'll call it singular or plural alignment. There's no reason for them to be different, yet they are. So I don't know which is preferred, but they should definitely align. There's no reason for them to be different.
Correct. Good point. I would say that's an editorial correction, and we can certainly by direction make that correction for sure.
Agreed. I don't think it needs to be formally adjudicated.
Thanks.
Okay, Gwen? Gwen and then Era. Yep. You're muted, Gwen.
Okay, sorry. I have a question about item 4-2, section 302.2.1. Why are you proposing adding definition of dangerous conditions when we already have a definition or a provision that governs dangerous conditions at 302.1? I mean, the 302.1 seems to cover what's being proposed for 302.1.1 already.
Actually, this is not an addition or amendment. That is, but that's just a renumbering of an existing amendment.
Good point.
So we're not proposing any new language here.
Okay.
There was a change in model code, and so I think this was renumbered to fit the new model numbering.
Yep.
Okay, if I asked for further study, hypothetically, is it possible to just delete that extraneous language in 302.1.1 because you already have language in 302.1?
Well, it wouldn't be something we could do in this case because the only proposed change here is a renumber. So it would take it out. We would have to withdraw and take it to another cycle. We didn't have a chance to talk to anybody about this, whether we would be removing this amendment.
Okay. So, I won't oppose this change, but I don't see a need for it for the next code cycle. So if you could consider deleting it, deletion of stuff that's superfluous seems reasonable.
Sure. Sharon, you want to take from there? You may have lost audio. I don't see you muted, but I can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Now I can, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
So the change that's being proposed for this particular item is just to renumber. It certainly, with the motion, can make a recommendation that we consider that looking at this in a future cycle. We can take that back and look at it as we go into the intervening to see if it's something that needs to be modified or eliminated. But let me say it this way: if you disapprove it, we're not going to be able to accept the disapproved recommendation because we have to renumber this to fit it in. It has to be done to fit.
Okay, thank you. I know there was a raised hand from Ara also for this whole item. Yeah.
Yeah, since we touched the repair definition in the previous item, I believe 4.20 we need to revisit and just keep it here or have a discussion on that. This will allow the repair definition for 318 specifically be just for 318 here and not throughout the code.
Right. Another raised hand from Gwen.
Yeah, so I have a question on item 10 and 11, 4-10 and 4-11, the definitions of addition and alteration. Again, it's of the same vein of why not adopt the definition in the IEBC. For example, if we look at the definition that's proposed for alteration, it says any change within or to an existing building that does not increase and may decrease the floor or roof area of the volume of enclosed space. Technically, that would mean that a repair is an alteration, because a repair does not necessarily, it doesn't increase or decrease the floor or roof area. So with this proposed definition of alteration, it conflicts with the IEBC definition in the model code structure. Anyway, I'm probably going to make a motion to disapprove these changes so that the definition of addition and alteration revert back to what's in the IEBC.
Okay. Point of order, I want to clarify again that these are existing definitions that are not going to go away based on the motion made today, by the recommendation made today. The only change that would occur is BSC's banner would not be included, and thus BSC wouldn't be adopting these definitions for addition and alteration. But because they're existing definitions other agencies adopt, they won't be stricken.
Understood.
Okay. Kevin?
Is there a reversion for this, Mike? I believe that especially in the renumbering, like you indicated before, if they are disallowed, we actually end up with a condition where BSC may not have the definition for that particular item, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so that there is no ability to co-adopt or to align with the IEBC definition. There just would be no definition for the specific item if it were stricken.
Correct.
Okay.
Is that because the BSC has never adopted the definition of an addition or alteration?
Not as it sits in the IEBC, correct?
Yeah,
they've only adopted this existing condition. And so now with the model code change, there's no way to revert back. They would actually have to add an amendment that says BSC in it. And because of the timing, they would have to go through the cycle again, which they can't.
Okay, so could I recommend further study and ask that the definitions in 318.1 of addition and alteration just for this code cycle be modified to match that in the IEBC, and then the next code cycle they can be deleted and just adopted per the model code?
Yeah, that would be a significant modification to what was being proposed, and we'd need to, again, figure out a way to. I don't know that there's a way that we can just revert to the model code and adopt that in this setting.
Well, my suggestion would be.
Actually, here we are not proposing any change basically for our department. We are just adding our banner, because before DSA and BSC adopted this definition, but we had no banner because it was in only our section. Now DSA decided to go with a different definition in part 1, and they are not adopting these two definitions anymore. We are not talking about model code definitions at this point, only about 3.1a. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think when the issue we have is that would be considered a substantive change to go away from what we're just saying is we're continuing the adoption of this with our banner, to then delete it for our use and then go with the model code, we'd need to vet that with stakeholders and go through that process. So certainly a further study would give us the option to see if we could do that. I don't know that we would be able to or not, but it certainly is direction we could take.
Okay, I'll probably be making that motion. Okay. And I understand it's not easy, but I also don't like the idea of a repair being considered an alteration, because you really mess up the model code structure.
Yeah, I recall in the development of the regulations that we did get feedback from the public or from stakeholders regarding going with model code definitions for these, and that was not something that was recommended by the stakeholders. So that's part of the reason we're continuing these based on direction from stakeholders. So we could certainly, again, go back and further study and see if we get a different response, but that's what I recall was done during the development.
Yeah, basically what happened, DSA decided to not adopt these definitions anymore. And our department had two options: to continue adopting these two definitions or go to model code definitions. And we reached to stakeholders and they did not recommend going with model code definitions for our application, for our authority only. So.
Okay, I see a raised hand from John.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm a little slow on the uptake, but I thought we just went over repairs in the previous discussion, and the definition and was the definition in the International Building Code. So wouldn't that pertain to repairs?
No, these are two different definitions. This for addition and alteration.
Right.
But the discussion was, where does repair, what definition are we using for repair?
Correct.
That was the previous discussion.
And that
now
was
we
disproved, the one that we were proposing to adopt.
That's,
and John, what'll happen there is if we accept that, then we'll remove our banner and not adopt that, and it'll revert back to the strikeout that is shown on the bottom of page 6 of the express terms for repair. That would be what it would divert to.
right, but doesn't that fulfill the concerns on how do I define a repair rather than an alteration or an addition?
No, because that repair is an amendment that aligns very closely with Oshpod's amendment. It doesn't align with the model code amendment or the model code repair. So it's slightly different. And what we don't like to do as sister agencies is adopt amendments to definitions that are slightly different than the other agencies adopting the same amendment, because it creates conflicting definition interpretations. And so we try to co-adopt with our sister agencies when it's a structural application, because we're not engineers and we defer to DSA and Oshpod to assist us in that process. So that's why we defer to their definitions, because we're not structural engineers.
Okay, I see a raised hand from Ara.
Yeah, I think so far I haven't had any problem with definitions of alteration and repair. In some way, repair could be alteration, but alteration is not a repair. So, for example, removal of partition walls is an alteration, but that's not a repair, or adding a new partition. So I don't have any problem with these definitions, just adding a banner there. And I think we should, my suggestion is just when we are looking at the proposals that are renumbering the code sections or something like that, do not go to the existing language and propose something new at this point. I think that's my understanding. That's not the purpose of this committee, to re-question every single definition or every single code section. So I would urge to stick with the proposals and speak on the proposal item only to save time.
Okay, Gwen?
I'd like to respond to that just so my concern is clear. So the IEBC has three things: repair, addition, and alteration. The repair is fixing damage. The addition is adding space, vertically or horizontally. You're adding space. An alteration is defined as anything that is not an addition or a repair, right? That's the definition. Anything that's not a repair or an addition is an alteration. But the definition in here that we're being asked to adopt by putting the BSC banner on it, it would also include repairs, because a repair does not change anything within an existing building. It doesn't increase the size of the building, right? It doesn't decrease the size of the building. A repair just puts back what was there. So from an enforcement standpoint, this would tuck repair into alteration. And then you'd have to comply potentially with both repair provisions and alteration provisions. Because now a repair is both a repair and an alteration according to this definition. That's my concern.
Okay. Any other comments from the committee? All right, let's go check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone.
Before we go to public comments, I do have
Go ahead.
item 29, 4-29, and it'll take me a second to get there. Those are the provision. I think we need to do a further study on this one, because that's what we did earlier. These are the requirements for structural observation and pre-construction meeting. And they're being struck here because they're being relocated, but we've said, please don't relocate them there. So I think this is another, we need to talk about it.
Well, yeah, I think by default, because the other one isn't going to occur, we're not going to remove the ones to have no provision. So it'll remove the strikeout for the one and allow the other to go. So we can't do half, we have to go the whole way or we'll lose the section completely. But yeah, the action on 4-29 would be the same as the other item. That way we can keep it together.
Okay, and then item 23, I think Kevin talked about repair. Well, that's structural repair. Sorry, item 20. That one.
About item 20, yes.
That one's going to need, and I'm struggling with 2 computer screens, but not 3. I need 3. I think that one, in order to be consistent with the prior action, would we reject?
Again, I would say that's similar to what I just mentioned before, is because of the prior motion or the prior action, if we accept that, this needs to come back so we have something for repair. We can't get rid of everything.
Right.
So that would be the result.
So are we being asked to, sorry, would the idea be that we ask for approval of that one, or disapproval, or further study to be consistent with our prior action?
Well, I think it's difficult because what's being determined or considered here is rejection of existing amendments not proposed for change. So we're struggling a little bit because we're not actually looking at a section proposed for a change. The only change is that BSC wants to include it, so we have a definition for the application. So that's the challenge. If we don't put the banner there, we have no definition. We have to figure out what else we would need to do to fix that. Or we reject the recommendation and keep the banner.
Okay, so maybe further study. So it gives you time to think about it because it seems kind of messy.
Certainly, it's within your prerogative to make that call.
Thank you.
I see a raised hand from Diane. I think you're muted, Diane.
I'm muted.
I'm sorry, I muted my headset. I double mute just in case. Sorry. I just wanted to reiterate briefly what Michael said, that in particular, this discussion of the addition and alteration definitions, those are currently in 318.1, which is co-adopted by both DSA and BSC. And all BSC is doing is adding the banner here, and that's I guess I would draw an analogy to those who are familiar with like our A chapters that DSA and OSHPD have. Everything in the chapter, if there's no special DSA or OSHPD banner, means both DSA and OSHPD adopt those. And then if there's a banner, that means just that agency adopts that portion. And it was mentioned earlier that, and you'll see when we get to DSA's part 10, DSA is actually striking these definitions because we have definitions, it's even more complicated, right? We have our part 1 provisions in 4-3 something. I don't have it at the top of my head, 317 or 314, one of those. So this is more of like what BSC is showing here is really like a bookkeeping type thing. And like Michael said, they're not proposing a change to these amendments. And Gwyneth mentioned a concern that this definition of alteration means it would include repairs, but I guess I would just say that's current language. It's not being changed. All that they're showing is that there needs to be a banner now because BSC is the sole adopter of this definition. DSA is reverting back to our part 1 definitions for addition and alteration. So I don't know if that clarified it, but I just wanted to offer that perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the committee?
Sharon, is the current consideration to adopt sections through 4-26 or 4-31, I guess, to be complete?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So I do have a comment in 4-26 based on language. So 319.7.2 is a little bit unwieldy as it's written currently. And the reason being is there's an insertion created by BSC of an addition to a sentence. So there's been a period added where there was no period before. So I think it artificially truncates that first sentence such that it's difficult to apply and is not easily enforced. And so without the ability to kind of reword it here, which I don't want to do and we wouldn't do anyway, I will be making a motion to review for further study.
Kevin, I'm looking at the language. Where's the problem? I mean, I saw an exception to, they probably need a comma between building and method.
So the first sentence now says, when the building is classified as a regular in vertical or horizontal plan, period. There's no action for, right? Yeah. There's nothing about what you do once it is identified. So classified, excuse me.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And I think within that exception, since we're still there, the agency did negligibly affect. I know that there may be references elsewhere in the code I could not figure out and find, but negligibly is very difficult to define and to enforce. So since you're looking at 319.7.2, I would suggest looking at the exception in total.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I see a raised hand from Brian.
Yes, thank you. In response to Kevin's comment. I just want to make sure that the broader context of that section is understood. The grammar there, I think, is similar to the existing language, and it all stems from section 319.7, which is the parent section, and it's not listed in the IET, but that basically says the, I can read it, the requirements of method A or the specific procedures applicable building types given in 319.1.1 are permitted to be used except under the following conditions where the requirements of method B must be used. And if you look at so then there's 13.9.7.1, the grammar there in that one, which is not modified, is really the same construct. It's just defining a condition whereby method B must be used. And so that's held true also for consistency with all 6 of those items, sub-items under that, I believe.
So Brian, your indication is that that's a statement that the building is classified as regular, vertical, in vertical or horizontal plan, period. Like when it is identified that way, correct?
So it's tied to the method B is required when it's classified as irregular. And that part is, you notice it's not underlined. There is a period added because the remainder of that was removed to the, I think the.
I understand. I think with that, I could withdraw that concern. I think I understand what you're talking about. Difficult to apply, but I think that the enforcement is there. So as long as the enforcement's there, it's okay.
Okay, Ara and then Gwen.
I think on 319.7.2, the original language was when the building is classified as irregular in vertical or horizontal plan by application of ASC 7. That was the language. So now this underlined text came in between this and added a period there and lost all the meaning of the sentence. That's the issue I think Kevin is bringing up.
So no, actually, I understand why the change is made the way that it's written. There is a structural nuance that is trying to be captured by that change. And so when you make the statement that the building has been classified as irregular in vertical or horizontal plan, I don't love the wording because I think it means when the building is classified as irregular, as vertically irregular, and when it's classified as regular in horizontal plan. So the wording isn't very clear, but nonetheless, it's there and we stopped it. It's to allow that the evaluation is established in ASCE 7 because you're actually pulling this out of a Chapter 10 condition. So it's not necessarily that you would be identified with an ASCE 7 application. There are existing conditions within the existing building code and or the standards being referenced where that irregularity can be determined. And then you have an option to actually evaluate the building using ASCE 7. So there's a dual opportunity. And one of them is just you've defined it elsewhere in the code, which isn't clearly identified here, but it's open. So that means that that's one of the options. The other one is that you do it per ASCE 7. So I understand why they're doing the structural change. The wording is clunky, but I think it works. And if we were to look at it, it would be just refining that first sentence so it made a little clearer sense. But I could forego that if it made sense to the people enforcing it.
Thank you. Gwen?
Yeah, I think I'm okay with it. I would like to see a comma in exception 2 between building and method A, just for grammatical purposes.
Yeah, correct.
And I like negligibly because everything affects something to some degree. And yes, it does require some judgment, but I'm okay with negligibly.
Thank you. Any other comments from the committee? This is for items 4.1 through 431. Yeah. Okay, then we'll check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone.
As a reminder, if you'd like to comment in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. If you'd like to comment on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. And in Zoom, we have Peter. Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. This is Peter Maloney. I'm representing this Structural Engineers Association of California Existing Buildings Committee, acting as their current chair. My comment is on item 426, the one we were just talking about. And we're proposing to clarify the exceptions by adding a third exception. The third exception would be if the building evaluation is in accordance with ASC 41 and complies with the irregularity requirements for linear analysis procedures in section 7.3.1 and 7.3.1.1, then method A may be used. And we're recommending this change just to clarify kind of the negligible, well, the openness of the word negligible, and to tie it back to ASC 41 when those procedures are being used.
Thank you. Any comments on the phone?
Okay, so there's no more in Zoom. On the phone, we'll check.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. Okay, so now back to the committee. Looking for a motion. And yeah, it's up to who wants to make a motion, but we might be looking at some specific subsections.
Correct. I will move to have 319.7.2 considered further.
Can you cite the criteria?
Yeah, I'm getting to it. I have to figure out which screen it's on. I'll get to it in a second here. Too many versions of Adobe up. Excuse me. Here we go. I believe we want to use 4 and 6.
Okay, so the motion is, this is for item 426, section 319.7.2, further study with number 4 and 6 with criteria.
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Who's the seconder? I'm sorry. Oh, okay, thanks, man.
Roll call vote?
Yeah, let me get that noted. It's Kevin. Okay. So his motion is to further study item 4-26, which is section 319.1.2 and item 3 of BSC's proposal, based on criteria number 4 and number 6 of the 9 point. Roll call vote. Sharon Goey?
Yes.
R.S. Sakazian?
Yes.
Kevin Moore?
Yes.
Gwen Searer?
Yes.
Gary McGavin?
Yes.
And John Oglesby?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes unanimous. Thank you. So that's 426. So we have 4.1 through 425, 427 through 431. Are there any others you'd like to take out for a separate motion?
Gwen?
Sorry. Okay. I mean, I'll give it a shot. Items 4-10 and 4-11, which are the definitions of addition and alteration. I would like to move for further study based on the conflicts that I identified with the definition of repair. And I realize that's difficult and staff may not be able to do it in the time allotted, but I'd like to recommend that because I think these definitions are problematic, and I realize we're just adding the banner, but I would say that's a pretty big concern of mine. And so I would say the criteria that are problematic are 7, conflicting with the national standards, model codes. It's not clear, which is vague. 6. And it's not really in the public interest to maintain definitions that don't make a lot of sense. Or sorry, that sounded insulting. That was not my intent. That there's a better definition available. Thank you.
Understood. Okay.
I see a raised hand from Brian.
Yeah, Chair, sorry, I have a question about the previous motion that was approved. I can wait if, I don't want to interrupt, but if.
Go ahead.
Okay, just, so I feel like I'm probably going to be called on to assist BSC with the further study on the previous item 319.7.2. So I was wondering if it was appropriate, since item 4, this was identified as being unreasonable, arbitrary, unfair, capricious. I was wondering if we could get further comment on that, because I may have missed it, but I did not hear that in the discussion, and I want to be able to appropriately address that in further study.
Yeah, so the reasonability standard that I considered was that you've got this negligible condition, and the public comment from CAC is along the lines of something that you could reconsider to make things tighter. So it seems like it's more direct. It has the ability for the user to align on what the intent was sooner. And it's just a language concern. It isn't necessarily a content concern.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so returning to Gwen's motion for item 410 and 411, addition, alteration, recommendations for further study based on criteria 3, 6, and 7. Is there a second? Okay, so hearing no second, but the motion fails.
New motion?
Would you like new motion for these particular 2 items, or we can keep this and to combine with others since there is no specific motion on that?
Yeah, you can go on to other items.
Okay, so item 20, it's still hanging there, 420. Motion is disapprove, meaning bringing back to 318.
Okay, based on criteria.
It's going to be tough for me to state the criteria, maybe 7 or 1. Michael, can you help me with this? Because since we are not taking this section definition to chapter 2 and bringing back to original place, so what will be my criteria there? I'm having hard time there. Technicality is kind of like one depends on the other. And we can use the same criteria as we use for the first item connected to this.
Yeah, that makes sense. So probably 4, unreasonable, arbitrary, capricious. So those are reasonable. That's kind of reasonable, huh? Does that sound right? Oh, those are the original 6, 7, 3, and 1. Okay, so on the last motion that was related to this, criteria number 6, 7, 3, and 1 were identified. You don't have to have them the same. 7 and 1 are included, so that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
We're good. Okay. That's for the repair.
Yeah, so item 420, repair. Okay, so that was your motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote.
All right.
Wait,
Maybe
so I'd like to,
public comment.
Yeah, there needs to be comment.
Oh, okay.
well, so I don't know. I mean, I think I'd prefer sending this back for further study. I mean, maybe there's a way to fix it better than just saying no.
Well, and that's certainly, you know, the decision of the committee. I think the motion, well, first off, the 410, 411 one failed, so we need to get back to that eventually. But
yeah.
Ira brought up the 420 item, which is repair, which is related to the last motion. So a similar motion, which was just approved that, would be to do the same kind of action on this as you did on the last one, which would be disapproved. And then we'll take it back and see what we can do to work on it. Or if we don't agree, we'll kind of try to revise it in some way to keep it moving forward. But you have to propose the motion and have the committee either accept or not. If they don't, then we'll come up with another motion.
Okay. All right. So then I guess I will vote for this motion.
Okay. So roll call vote.
Yeah, let me get the seconder. I believe it was John. Was it John that seconded this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, roll call vote. Sharon Goey,
No.
Ara Sakazian,
Yes.
all right. Kevin Moore,
No.
Gwyneth Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Okay, 4-2, motion passes to disapprove item 4-20. Okay.
Okay. All right. Any other motion from the committee? Gwen?
Yeah. So item 4-29, which I don't think we voted on.
No, not yet.
Okay. I'm getting there. It's just lots of screens. These are the requirements for structural observation being put on the drawings and the pre-construction meeting. I'm at a loss as to what BSC would prefer on this, given our prior action.
Yeah, I think previously similar related was further study, so we can go back and take a look at it.
Okay, so I'm going to move for further study for item 4-21. The
21 or 29?
Sorry, 29. I'm sorry,
okay.
For 4-29.
Okay. Based on criteria.
Same as the last one.
Yeah, it's the same as the last one. It's vague. So 6.
3, 6, and 7. Is that right?
Yes. Well, sorry.
It's okay. We only need 1. So
okay. Well, definitely 6.
Okay.
I mean, I think also
4, 5, 3,
4, 5, 3, and 6 is what we had before.
I'll go with that.
That sounds
Gwen,
good.
can I get clarification on the logistics of what all these changes mean, and potentially maybe you could withdraw the motion?
Sure.
So if you look at, I think it's 4-20. What is this? It's so hard. I should actually have 2 copies of this open. There it is. Oh, come on. So 4-27 is 319.10. 319.10 references the structural observation, test, and inspection, and it pushes us back into the chapter 17 of the CBC, where we have asked that the writing that is occurring there get revisited. The motion that you just made is to, I believe, pull these out, or are your issues that it has a pointer over to those same sections, and we want to rewrite those sections. And I'm currently on page 9 of 17 in our PDF information.
Yeah, my concern is that if we approve item 4-29, it says it's relocating them, but maybe they don't get relocated there. Like, it needs to be coordinated. So I want to give staff the ability to figure out, is it going to a different section? Is it just not going to move this code cycle? Can it be reworded? All
Okay,
those
then,
things.
Okay, I understand that. So then I would recommend that you would want to add 319.10 to your motion, just to make sure that we're giving an opportunity to identify that condition. Otherwise, we would approve it as it sits. There may be opportunities to modify 319.10 that help with what you're trying to accomplish in 10.2 and 10.21 or 22.
Tell you what, why don't you make that motion as a separate motion? Because
Okay.
I hadn't thought about that, and I don't want to jump in like that.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, so right now we have a motion for item 429, right, for further study based on criteria 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, so it's a further study for item 4-29 based on 3, 4, 5, and 6. Motion was Kevin, or was that Gwyneth?
Gwen.
Okay, thanks, Gwen. So Gwen made the motion and Gary McGavin seconded. Roll call vote. Sharon Goey?
No.
Okay. Ara Sakazian?
Yes.
Thank you. Kevin Moore?
Yes.
Gwen?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
And John?
Yeah.
Thank you. It's 5-1. Passes. Thank you.
Right. Looking for further motion from the committee?
No, Sharon, I'm not going to make a motion. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so it looks like the remaining items in item 4 are up for consideration.
So it's the balance of the items under item 4, correct?
Correct.
So that's item 4.1 through 4.9. And then 4.12 through 4.19. And then 4.21 through 4.28. No, I'm sorry, 4.25.
Correct.
And then 4.27, 4.28, 4.30, and 4.31.
That's what I have to.
Okay.
This is Gwen. What about 4-10 and 4-11?
We haven't gotten back to those. Those will have to be re-motioned.
Okay.
That motion failed, so we'll have to revisit that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think we have I don't know if somebody made the motion, but motion to include the rest of the remaining items with exception of 4.10 and 4.11 for a approve and submit. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that a motion made by someone?
I make that motion.
Thanks.
Approve as submitted.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second.
Okay, thanks, Sharon. Okay, I'll do roll call. Sharon Goey.
Yes.
All right. Aris Kazian.
Yes.
Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Gwyneth Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
and John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. And then we have item 4-10 and 411 to process still.
Can I ask a question on that of
Yeah.
BSC?
Mhm.
And that is it BSC's intention to include repairs as alterations and have all the rules that govern alterations also govern repairs?
Well, that's a good question. What I would say, maybe Irina wants to address that, but what I would say is our intent was to align with DSA and OSHPA and what they were doing from the structural perspective. Because as I mentioned earlier, we're not structural engineers, so we rely heavily on our sister agency's expertise. And this is what was determined in our workshops to move forward. So I would be remiss if I tried to answer that myself.
Okay, thank you.
Same here. But I guess as there are three different existing definitions, then they probably different. But
yeah,
can be 100% sure.
Okay. So item 410 and 411, do we have a motion?
I'll move to approve as submitted. Last motion didn't pass, so that's an option I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm. I'll second.
Who was the second?
I did.
Okay, thanks, Sharon. Okay, we got a first by Ara and second by Sharon for approval of approve and submit for item 4-10 and 411. And I'll just note that we understand and hear the concern, and so even though this is approved and submitted, it does affect some of the other items, so we'll be looking at that as we go forward. And additionally, when this goes out to 45-day, if you can put something and submit a comment, it would be awesome to get the scope of the concern so it can help us move forward with that. So look at that. With that, I'll call the roll. Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Ara Sakazian.
Yes.
Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Thank you. Gwyneth Searer.
No.
Okay. Gary McGavin.
Yes.
Thank you. John Oglesby.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-1. Thank you. Okay, passes.
Great, thank you. So we completed item number 4. Item 5, chapter 4 repairs. Building standards staff?
Yeah.
Just a second, this was the one item. So item 5, adopt selected sections of chapter 4 and bring forward existing California amendments. And here we have item 5.1, which is we are proposing for adoption new model code section about bleachers, structural safety. And item 5.2, carry forward existing amendment and renumber it due to model code renumbering.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the committee? Okay. We'll go check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone.
As a reminder to those on Zoom, if you'd like to comment, please use the raise hand feature. If you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 to put yourself in the queue. And in Zoom, there are no hands raised. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you.
All right. So back to the committee for a motion. So I'll make a motion to approve item 5, including 5.1 and 5.2, section 401.1.1 and 401.1.2 as submitted.
Second.
Thanks, Glenn. Okay. First and seconded, approve and submit for items 5.1.5.2, which is chapter 4, section 401.1.1 and 401.1.2. Roll call vote. Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. Ara Sakazian.
Yes.
Thank you. Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Thank you. Gwen Sear.
Yes.
Thank you. Gary McGavin.
Yes. Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. That's unanimous. Thank you. Item 6.
Item 6, adopt selected sections of chapter 5 and bring forward existing California amendments. In item 6, there are 4 sub-items. So sub-item 6.1, we are amending this section and providing reference to part 8 as historical buildings are regulated by part 8 and not by part 10. So items 6.2 and 6.3, I kind of can join because we modify the existing amendment to repeal the requirements of sections 502.4 and 503.3 be replaced by the requirements of sections 317 through 322. Because sections 502.4 and 503.3 have been adopted by BSC since 2016 edition of CEBC per DSA recommendation. As existing structural elements carrying gravity load provisions are not addressed in the California amended sections 317 through 322.
Thank you. Gwen?
Yeah, I'm in favor of all these changes. I also want to say that I really like the pointer to the CHBC for historic buildings. I think that's very helpful to remind people that it exists and that it needs to be followed for historic buildings. So thank you.
Yeah, and the last sub-item is 6-4, and that correct references to renumbered sections. So that's editorial.
Okay. Any comments from the committee? Item 6? No. Okay, so we'll go check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone for item number 6.
As a reminder, if you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. If you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 to put yourself in the queue. So there are no hands raised in Zoom. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comments.
Okay. Thank you. So is there a motion from the committee?
Move to approve as submitted all of item 6.
Thanks,
in its
Ryan.
entirety.
I'll second.
Thanks, Ara. Okay, approved, submitted, made by Gwyneth, seconded by Ara for item 6, which is including 6-1 through 6-4, which is specifically chapter 5, sections 501.1, 502.1 exception, 503.1 exception 4, and 506.5 exception. I'll call roll. Sharon Goey.
Yes.
you. Ira Sakazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwen Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Item 7.
All right, so next is item 7, and it looks like maybe 7, 8, and 9 could be discussed together.
Yeah, there are no changes from previous cycle. Basically, the rest of the items in our agenda is, yeah, straight adoption, not adoption, or adoption with amendments with no changes from previous cycle. So that's up to you if you want to process them as a whole.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to propose to the rest of the committee members that we can look at items 7, 8, and 9 all together. I'm looking for any comments from the committee. No comments? Okay, so we'll check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone for items 7, 8, and 9.
If you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to comment. If you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. In Zoom, there are no hands raised. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comments.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion from the committee?
I move. Move adoption as presented.
Thanks, Gary.
I'll second.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded to approve and submitted items number 7 through 9, which for those on the phone and Zoom who don't have the table in front of them, this will be chapter 6 through chapter 14 of the model. Okay, roll call vote. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Ira Sakazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwen Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Excellent, thank you, unanimous. And I think item 10 through 14 are the final items, which is inclusive of chapter 15 through the end of the code, which would be then appendix chapter A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, and appendices A through D.
Resource A.
Oh, and resource A. So appendix B through resource A. Okay, the rest of the items.
Yeah, and again, there are no changes proposed from the previous cycle.
Okay. Any comments from the committee for all of these items? That's 10 through 14. Okay. Seeing no comments, we'll go to the public, check for comments on Zoom and on the phone. These items 10 through 14, which is chapter 15 through like the end of the code, resource A.
If you're in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. If you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 to comment. In Zoom, there are no hands raised. On the phone,
You have 0 questions remaining.
no public comment.
Okay, thank you. Right, is there a motion from the committee?
Move to approve as submitted items 10 through 14.
Thanks, Glenn.
I'll second.
Thanks, Sharon. Okay, moved and seconded to adopt item 10 through, recommend approval of 10 through 14 as submitted. Roll call, Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Ara Sakazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwyneth Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
thank you, and John Oglesby.
Yes.
Okay, unanimous, thank you. That takes care of BSC. I'd recommend perhaps this would be a good break point for lunch. Yeah, that's a good point. So before we break, we like to be sure we include everything in the items that have been reviewed. So once the committee finishes an item for an agency, we'd like to go ahead and have you do a global motion to approve the items that are the motions that you just made.
Okay, so do you want us to do that for both agenda item 4 and 5?
Sure.
Okay, sounds good. Is there a motion from the committee?
Motion.
I'm a little unclear what the motion should be.
Well, it's just basically verifying the actions that you guys took on the different, we had so much discussion and there were so many different motions made. We just want to be sure that it's all included in the global motion. So sometimes we'll do this at the very end of the CAC, but since we have so many different agencies, we'd like to do that after each of the agency submittals.
So if you were going to write such a motion, how would you, what would you say?
I would say propose to accept the motions taken on BSC's proposals for item 4 and 5.
Okay, I make a motion to accept the items as voted on BSC's items 4 and 5.
Thank you.
I hope I got that right.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Is that Ara?
Kevin.
Kevin, thanks, Kevin. Okay. With that, we'll do a quick roll call. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Ara Sakazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwyneth Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
and John Ogle.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Okay.
And we'll take lunch break, huh?
Yeah. So should we say we'll come back at 1 o'clock?
That sounds, well, it's up to you. That gives you 35 minutes. Is that enough time for everybody?
Is that okay?
Works for me.
Okay.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Almost had a nodding.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're getting ready to go. Let me fix my camera. Telephoto. I think we
Read my book. I'll take my book. I'll come on the way back and read my book. Okay.
Sharon, whenever you're ready, I see there's Emily. Hi, Emily.
Hi.
We have everybody back.
It looks like most of us are back. So. Okay. All right. Thank you. So we'll start back up the Structural Design Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee meeting, starting at agenda item number 6, Department of Housing and Community Development, adopt and amend the 2022 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24. I'm going to ask HCD staff to introduce and explain the proposal.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Code Advisory Committee. My name is Emily Withers, Codes and Standards Administrator 2, representing the Department of Housing and Community Development. I also have with me on the line Tom Martin, who is a District Representative 2, also with the Department of Housing and Community Development. Thank you for the opportunity to present HCD's proposed changes for the 2022 California Building Code, Chapters 16 through 26, and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. HCD's proposal is adoption of the 2021 International Building Code as directed by Health and Safety Code, Section 17922. New amendments for the California Building Code, Residential Code, and existing building code were discussed at a combined HCD focus group meeting held on March 29, 2021. HCD has not received any comments on the proposed 2022 CBC for this Code Advisory Committee. The express terms text with any changes resulting from internal analysis or comments from stakeholders is currently before you, along with HCD's rationale for the changes. We would also like to note that some sections are co-adopted with other state agencies. Chapters 1 through 15 and 27 through 25 and appendices A through P were reviewed by the Building, Fire, and Other Code Advisory Committee meeting on July 7th through 8th, 2021. Chapter 11A, Housing Accessibility, was reviewed by the Accessibility Code Advisory Committee meeting, Code Advisory Committee on June 16th through 17th, 2021. For the Structural Design Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee, HCD is presenting our proposed changes for chapters 16 through 26. Many changes are related to repeal of 2019 CBC text addressing tall wood buildings that were early adoptions and adopting the same provisions from the 2021 IBC. Many chapters are adopted without changes to existing amendments from the 2019 CBC or without California amendments. We will be providing more details on the proposed changes as we progress through the package. To conclude this general introduction, HCD will commence with a discussion of proposed changes and request that the Code Advisory Committee recommendation at the conclusion of each section. We thank the committee for your time and sharing of expertise and are available to answer any questions or provide further information. So with that, I'll go off the script and onto the express terms. And fortunately for us and fortunately for you, we don't have any definitions in our proposals. So that might make this a little bit more streamlined. So do you want me to go ahead and start with the package?
Yes. Yeah, so what we did this morning was just to stay organized. We went item by item. So we could start on item 19, 19.1 and 19.2.
Okay, item 19 is chapter 16, structural design. And we have two sections in here. Section 1607.9, which is item 19-1. And this is no change to existing California amendment. And what the California amendment does is it changes the title and it adds the shower seats and dressing room bench seats into the title. So there's no change from existing code on that one. And then section 1607.9.2 is also similarly a California amendment from the previous code, the 2019 code, which we're not changing. And that's item number 19-2. And this, the reference to section 1127A4 is a reference to chapter 11A, housing accessibility, which addresses grab bar locations, diameter, and structural strength. So that is item 19.
Okay. Thank you, Emily. Any comments from the committee for item 19 on chapter 16? No comments? Okay, we'll go to check for public comments on Zoom and on the telephone for item 19, chapter 16.
As a reminder to those in Zoom, if you'd like to comment, please use the raised hand feature. And if you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 to put yourself in the queue. In Zoom, we have Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. Joe Kane with Solar Energy Industries Association. I am catching up with some of the proceedings. I missed the BFO proceedings. I see now that some of the stuff in chapter 15 for solar and some of the stuff in chapter 31 for solar was handled by BFO. However, and so this is my first opportunity and I'm open to guidance if there's a better time to address this, but it's not about 19-1 and it's not about 19-2, but it is a potential impact to chapter 16 and that some of the revisions that have been put in chapter 15 would be better placed in chapter 16. And so I just would like to first of all, there's a mistake in the chapter 15 stuff on a reference to UL standard. So I know this is chapter 15, so that's not this group, but in the chapter 15 standard under HCD, it correctly says UL 1703 or with both 61730-1 and -2. And the BSC and the DSA, both of those are incorrect because they say 7103. But when we get to the chapter 15 stuff, my request for the Code Action Committee is further study on all topics related to PV in all of these groups. And the reason for that is to catch some of these mistakes made, honest mistakes, plus another mistake in the 2021 chapter 15 reference that will be an errata. But the chapter 16 relevance is that in the the BSC and in the DSA chapter 15 stuff, there's pointers to ASCE 7. So there are structural provisions, structural pointers in chapter 15 that really don't belong there. And the problem we have been trying to solve for many code cycles and did solve is that when you get to the model code hearings for the I codes, Chapter 15 is divvied up amongst different committees. And the problem that we solved was we sometimes had structural provisions being heard by fire committees, fire safety committee, and fire concerns sometimes heard by structural committee. So even though we recognize that rooftop structures is part of Chapter 15, we only want roof type stuff in there, which is fire classification. And we worked hard to get structural provisions out of there. And now they're put back in Chapter 15. So anyway, there's a lot to unpack. I could make some specific comments.
Let me step in for a minute, Joe. I appreciate the input and it's valuable information. I would say that all your concerns were addressed at BFO, the coordination of the UL reference and the discussion about the structural information. I think the pertinent element here that applies would be that first off, this particular item isn't up for discussion among this committee, so they really can't do anything about it. I would recommend if you have continued concern about the items that are being proposed as they go to 45-day, then that would be the best way for you to continue to have some input on that and to be able to explain any other continuing existing problems that may be there. But I think when you see the 45-day language, you'll see your concerns were addressed and they've been rectified. But again, I would recommend you go ahead and look in there. And then you can add all that information about what happens at the ICC level and the concern about adding references to the structural standards within the photovoltaic provisions. So it's that.
Okay, so thank you for those comments. And again, I want to be respectful of committee time and appropriateness. But so that means for this and for the DSA, I would be better suited to wait and then make these public comments in the 45-day public comment period and just all in writing.
Yeah, and mainly because what you'll see is the provisions that BFO heard and the provisions that this committee, SDLF, will hear will be put back together and put out to 45 days. So it'll be a complete package again. And that way you can comment on 15 or a structural chapter at the same time in 45-day to make those connections so they won't be separated anymore. That may help too, because this committee doesn't have the advantage of being able to go back and take action on what BFO did. So it's helpful information, but they really can't do anything with it.
Okay, got it. So 31 is a roadmap that has pointers and we want structural stuff in 16. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay. And there are no other hands for public comment in Zoom, so we'll go to the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. So back to the committee for any discussion or any motion on item 19, so chapter 16.
Move to approve item number 19 in its entirety.
Thanks, Ron.
I'll second.
Thanks, Sharon. Okay, moved and seconded to approve item number 19, including chapter 16, section 1607.9 and 1607.9.2. I'll go ahead and do the roll call. Approve the submit, excuse me. Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. Aris Kazian.
Yes.
Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Gwen Searer.
Yes.
Gary McGavin.
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So next, item 20. It has 4 subsections.
Okay, this is Emily Withers with HCD. Item 20 is Chapter 17, Special Inspections and Tests. Our first item for the committee is 20-1, section 1704.2. And there is no change to an existing California amendment. The California amendment references section 1.84, which is an HCD section related to permits, fees, applications, and inspections. And the item number 5, which has the exception, the reference is to for special inspections and tests. We actually have a factory-built housing program in Department of Housing and Community Development. So the reference is to the factory-built housing law and also the regulations adopted in the California Code of Regulations, Title 25. And once again, that's an existing amendment without change. So that's item 20-1. When we get into 20-2 through 20-3, we're going into very similar to the Building Standards Commission, the repeal of the tall wood provisions that were adopted. It was an early adoption in the 2019 CBC. So what we're doing is repealing the amendment, either the amended sections or California amendments within model code sections, and then adopting the appropriate similar model code section. So the way we've displayed it in item 20, the descriptive change, what we've said is we're going to repeal the 2019 sections in certain sections, for example, 1705.5.7, and then in parentheses, we've put the IBC section that we're adopting instead. So that is items 20-2 through 20-3, if there are any questions on those.
Emily?
Kevin?
This is Kevin Moore. In my review of the copy of the 2019 CBC that I have, for an example, I couldn't find section 1705.57. The copy that I've got ends with 1705.56. Was that part of an amendment that was added later? And
it was actually renumbered in the 2021 IVC, and it was renumbered to 1705.53. And then the associated table was also renumbered, in the 2021 IBC is table 1705.5.3.
Okay, so if I'm not seeing the CBC reference that you've got there, just refer back to the IBC.
I have on the very bottom of page 38, repealing existing 2019 California Amendment and 1705.5.7, semicolon 2021 IBC section 1705.5.3 adopted. Unfortunately, I left it off the table, the next page where it talks about the table, but it's also the same thing. It's table 1705.5.3 that's being adopted from the model code.
Okay, thank you.
The very last item in this particular section is your 20-4, which is section 1707.1. Talks about alternative test procedures. And our amendment is just a reference to our section in chapter 1.87, which addresses the use of alternate materials and methods in construction. And that's also an existing amendment that we're carrying forward without change. So that is item 20.
Thank you, Emily. Any comments from the committee on item 20? Okay. See no comments. We'll go to public comments on Zoom or the phone. For item 20, this is on chapter 17.
So if you're in Zoom and would like to comment, please use the raise hand feature. If you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. In Zoom, there are no hands raised. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. Wait, is there a motion from the committee?
Move to approve as submitted item number 20 in its entirety.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Yes. Okay. Excuse me. It was moved and seconded to approve submitted for item 20. And that's all the sub items 20-1 through 20-4. I'll call roll. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Ara Sakezia,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwyneth Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
Thank you. All right, next is chapter 18. I'm going to ask Emily if you think we look at, 18, 19, or possible other chapters together.
Yeah, we can do that. Okay. Item 21 is chapter 18, soils and foundations. And basically what we're bringing forward are the existing amendments from the 2019 California Building Code without change. And similarly with chapter 19, which is the chapter on concrete, we have an existing California amendment, and that is also being brought forward without change. And that's your item 22-1 for chapter 19. Do you need me to read off the numbers on chapter 18? Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So we're looking at items 21 on chapter 18 and item 22 on chapter 19. Any comments from the committee? Okay, seeing no comments, we'll check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone for item number 21 on chapter 18 and 22 on chapter 19.
For those who wish to comment in Zoom, please use raise hand feature. If you'd like to comment on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. There are no hands raised in Zoom. Check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion from the committee for item 18 and, sorry, no. I'm sorry?
Move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Both items.
Second.
Thank you.
Roll call vote?
Yes, thank you very much. Moved and seconded for item 21 and 22, which is respectively chapter 18 and 19 for HCD approved as submitted. I'll do roll call. There it is. Okay, Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Ara Sakezia.
Yes.
Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Gwyneth Searer.
Yes.
Gary McGavin.
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Okay, unanimous passes. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Next, I was gonna ask Emily, do you think it makes sense to look at all of them together or just maybe 23, 24, 25?
I think we can do 23, 24, 25.
Okay.
Those are very simple. Item 23 is adoption of chapter 20, aluminum, the model code chapter without amendments. Item 22 is, item 24 is chapter 21 masonry, and HCD is proposing to adopt the model code chapter without amendments. Item 25 is chapter 22, and HCD is proposing to adopt this chapter, the model code chapter without amendments.
Thank you. Any comments from the committee? Gwen?
Again, this is very welcome. Not messing with the code language, the model code language is a very good thing in my book. So thank you.
Thank you, Gwen.
Any other comments? Okay, we'll go to public comments on Zoom and on the phone for item number 23 on chapter 20, item number 24 on chapter 21, item number 25 on chapter 22.
If you would like to comment in Zoom, please use the raised hand feature. If you'd like to comment on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. There are no hands raised in Zoom. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion from the committee for items 23 through 25?
Move to approve as submitted items 23, 24, and 25.
I'll second. Roll call.
Yes, thank you. It was moved and seconded to recommend adoption of items 23, 24, and 25 for HCD. I'll do roll call. Sharon Goey?
Yes.
Iris Kazian?
Yes.
Kevin Moore?
Yes.
Gwen Searer?
Yes.
Gary McGavin?
Yes.
John Oglesby?
Yes.
Unanimous, thank you.
Next is item number 26 on chapter 23.
Item 26, chapter 23 would is a combination of bringing forward existing California amendments without change, and then also similar to the Building Standards Commission, repeal of the early adoption of the tall wood provisions, and then adoption of the model code provisions addressing those same items. So item 26-1, which is 2301.1 scope, that particular section is carrying forward existing California amendments, dealing with materials, design, and construction for wood. And then also our amendment, the HCD amendment that addresses provisions for limited density rural residential dwellings. So those are carried forward without change. 2304.3.1, the reference to the bottom plates, has a reference to the Cal Green Code, which includes a section related to sealing of annular spaces to prevent entry of rodents. So that once again is carrying forward an existing California amendment without change. And when we get into your items number 26-3 and 26-4, these are repeals from the 2019 CBC. And for the very first one, we're repealing 2304.10.1.2. We're adopting the model code 2304.10.1 instead of the California amendment. And then the other two sections, 2304.11.3 floors, that actually is a model code section that we're adopting without change from the 2021 IBC, and repealing the 2019 amendment. And then very similarly on 26-4, which is section 2304.11.4, we're repealing the California amendment and then adopting the IBC section, that same section number. And the very last item, 26-4, 26-5, which is section 2308.1. Once again, this is carrying over an existing California amendment referencing use of the California Residential Code or the California Building Code, but not both. And this is coordinated with Chapter 1, Section 1.1.7.3.1. And that's our item number 26, Chapter 23.
Thank you. Any comments from the committee on item 26, chapter 23? Okay, seeing none, we'll check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone for item number 26, chapter 23.
If you wish to make a comment in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. If you'd like to comment on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. In Zoom, there are no hands raised, just phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion from the committee for item number 26, chapter 23?
To approve item number 26 as submitted. Or
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Who seconded? Was that Kevin? Oh, I'm sorry, Gwen. Okay, thank you. Okay. Moved and seconded to approve as submitted item 26, which is chapter 23 of the 2022 California Building Code for HCD. I'll do roll call. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Ara Sakazian,
yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwen Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
and John Oglesby.
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Right. Next, I think we could look at items 27, 28, and 29 together.
Yes, okay. Item number 27 is chapter 24, glass and glazing, and we are adopting this chapter without amendment. Item number 28 is chapter 25, gypsum board, gypsum panel products, and plaster, and we are adopting this chapter without any amendments. Item 29 is chapter 26, plastic, and we are adopting this chapter without any amendments. And if I don't get a chance, thank you very much for your consideration and your recommendations.
Thank you, Emily. Any comments from the committee? Okay, seeing none, we'll check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone for items, item 27 on chapter 24, item number 28 on chapter 25, item number 29 on chapter 26.
So if you're in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to comment. If you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. There's no hands in Zoom. Check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comments.
Thank you. So is there a motion from the committee?
Move to approve.
So moved. Oh, sorry, Gwen, go ahead.
Move to approve as submitted items 27, 28, and 29.
Thanks, Gwen.
Second.
Second, Gary, thank you. Okay, moved and seconded to approve as submitted chapter 24, 25, and 26, items 27, 28, 29 respectively. Roll call. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Ara Sakazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwen Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's unanimous.
Thank you. So I think we're looking for a motion for agenda item 6. So I could make a motion that we accept all the actions just taken now on agenda item number 6, Department of Housing and Community Development regarding the 2022 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24.
Second.
Thank you.
Roll call vote?
Yeah, I'll do that real quick here. Let's see. Okay. To accept all the motions taken for item 6 for HCD, Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Ara Sakazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwen Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. And thanks, HCD. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda Agenda item number 7, Division of the State Architect, Structural Safety. Adopt and amend the 2022 edition of the California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24. DSA staff, would you like to introduce the item?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair. I'm sorry, Goey, thank you. I was practicing it in my head and I just froze. So Chair Goey and committee members. I'm Diane Gould. I'm the principal structural engineer representing the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety Section. I have here with me today Ryan Turner, who's a district structural engineer on my team. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading from the wrong portion. I'll introduce my team members when we get to part 2. I think I'm going to try to cover part 1 for now, and I will introduce my full team with part 2. Before you currently you have our 2022 Title 24 Part 1 rulemaking package, which is our California Administrative Code package. Thank you for the opportunity to present these proposed changes and to respond to any questions that you may have related to our proposals. Before submitting our rulemaking packages for parts 1, 2, and 10, DSA performed extensive pre-cycle outreach by sharing our initial draft package with various stakeholders. We shared our draft rulemaking package with CAC, which, as most of you know, is the Structural Engineers Association of California, as well as the AIA, which is the American Institute of Architects, CASH, the Coalition for Affordable School Housing, among others. We also worked to align with other agencies such as BSC, HCD, and OSHPD, where we have co-adopted amendment language. We held a public workshop on March 17th to solicit comments and feedbacks on parts 1, 2, and 10. In addition, DSA has a public school construction collaborative, which we call the PSCC, and we also shared our proposed rulemaking package with them for their feedback. The PSCC serves an advisory capacity to DSA to offer industry input and feedback on a myriad of issues related to the design and construction of K-12 schools and community colleges. The PSCC is comprised of 16 individuals who represent a cross-section of stakeholder groups and 3 ex officio members whose purpose it is to ensure that DSA is considering a wide range of views and perspective. The package before you reflects and includes adjustments that we made as a result of feedback we received during those several months of pre-cycle outreach before we submitted our package to you. We are also required to perform an assessment and determination of whether any of our proposals would result in a fiscal or an economic impact. I can report that there are no proposals in our package that result in a fiscal or economic impact. That determination must be reviewed and confirmed by our department, which is the Department of General Services, our agency, which is the GovOps agency, and ultimately the California Department of Finance. Our 399 package, as we call it, has already been reviewed and confirmed by DGS and GovOps and is currently with the California DOF for review and confirmation. For part 1, we thankfully only have a few items to discuss today and only a few sub-items within those items. So Madam Chair, how would you like to proceed? Would you like me to do a summary item by item and then see what concerns committee members may have, kind of how we've been proceeding so far today?
Yes, yeah, I think let's go item by item. So,
okay, great. Thank you. So first up, for item 1, there are 3 sub items under this category, and they are all related to provisions in code section 4-309. We have under item 2 of subsection C, we're doing an editorial revision of the, we're changing the word modifications. We're changing that to work. in order to provide consistent and accurate use of terms in part 1, and also coordinating with the California existing building code, which is our part 10. In item 2B in subsection C under 4-309, we are removing an exception because it contradicts with our definition of rehabilitation, which is defined in our section 4-314, and we have experienced that it results in confusion of our stakeholders. So we're removing that exception. The third portion of this item number 1 is in 4-309E, where we are providing a pointer to the newly or new to DSA, newly adopted section 405 of part 10, and that's regarding a repair. So that's part of DSA's proposed actions for our part 10 package. We have not previously adopted that section of the IEBC, but we intend to do so. So we're providing a pointer there for how to deal with repairs. Any questions on those items so far, or if anything you'd like to discuss?
Gwen?
Yeah, so on item 2, the confusion seems to be that the rehabilitation includes, and correct me if I'm wrong, the rehabilitation includes the analysis. Is that part of the issue? I'm hesitant to delete that exception because the exception appears to be intended as an out to prevent unnecessary upgrade. And if you eliminate it, presumably that would have cost implications. And I'm wondering if you could have fixed it by, instead of deleting the whole thing, just changing rehabilitation to retrofit. A retrofit of the structure will not be required if blah, 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 blah.
I'm trying to pull up what our, again, in the express terms here, I don't have the full language, so I'm trying to see if I can look at my admin code to see the full content of the text. So sorry, bear with me here just a moment. Yeah, so what, yeah, so this item B and the exception, as we show here, it falls under when the, it's the 10% rule, right? So we have a reduction in the lateral force resisting capacity or stiffness of any story by more than 10% cumulatives since the original construction. And we do say, for the purposes of evaluating the strength or stiffness reduction, any new strengthening as part of the project shall not be included. So that's important, right? That we don't want someone to come in and take out all the walls and then put in a new system and say, look, the net result is less than 10%, so we don't have to submit anything. And then our exception currently says it will not be required if the elements without considering new strengthening comply. The capacity may include past strengthening that was approved and certified. I am drawing a blank on a good response to you why we didn't think that we could modify it. I believe this was added in the last intervening code cycle, if I'm not mistaken, because we thought that would help to clarify thing, and then the net result of our users and our staff was that caused more confusion than just leaving it with without the exception before. But
Okay.
I don't have more detail than at this time. Brian, do you have something?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that what you've said and what Gwen identified is correct, and that the misunderstanding that has arisen has to do with the evaluation component of what we define as a rehabilitation, which is rehabilitation is defined specifically in our administrative regs, and it is more than a retrofit. And this particular section is addressing when a retrofit is, let me walk that back, when a rehabilitation is required. So to change the word rehabilitation to retrofit, I don't think that would have I don't think that would be appropriate within the context of the larger section. But yeah, the misunderstanding that we're trying to avoid is that an evaluation is still required regardless. And in effect, by doing an evaluation, if you do an evaluation and you demonstrate that the building is in compliance with the current code, then you've actually done a rehabilitation, because the rehabilitation is evaluation and any required retrofit. So if you've demonstrated that if you've demonstrated that through the evaluation, then you've met the requirements of a rehabilitation. And that is the point that has been, I think, confused by stakeholders. And that's the feedback that we've got from our various, boots on the ground that are receiving these type of projects.
So a follow-up question. Can you, it's not your fault. I'm trying to, if I try to move my screen, I'll probably lose where I'm at. Can you give me the definition of both rehabilitation and retrofit?
I can read that off. I'm
Sure.
looking in our section 4-314 definitions in part 1. So rehabilitation is the evaluation and resulting retrofit of an existing non-conforming building or a school building conforming to earlier code requirements to bring the building or portion thereof into conformance with the safety standards of the currently effective regulations. Parts 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 of Title 24 CCR. And then retrofit is defined as says retrofit is the construction of any new element or system or the alteration of any existing element or system required for the rehabilitation of the building.
Okay. So in response to Brian's comment, I'd probably disagree, because I think rehabilitation consists of analysis and assessment and retrofit if required. And if you just replace the word rehabilitation with retrofit, which is the action of strengthening, I think this exception would have been perfectly fine. So that's my opinion. So I'm probably going to request a motion for further study on that, as opposed to just striking the exception, which I thought has the potential to save money. Thank you. I also have a question on item 1-3, if no one else has any questions on 1-2.
Yeah, I had one on 1-3 also.
Okay. I see a raised hand from Kevin.
Yeah, I wanted to follow on with the discussion that Gwyneth and Brian were having. Brian, you said that rehabilitation is defined elsewhere in the regs, in your administrative regs. Is that correct?
That's in section 4-314 of part 1.
And are there any changes associated with that definition as well?
No.
So if we somehow modify or we give this back to you to realign, what are your options?
If I understood Gwen's comment correctly, she was suggesting that instead of striking the exception, that we change the word, that we retain the exception and we retain the word, we replace the word rehabilitation with retrofit, and that we consider that under further study. And in doing so, I'd go back to our focus groups and stakeholders and review the notes to find out, how we arrived at removing this.
And that would then divorce the two, right? Because you don't have rehabilitation in the definition anymore. There's no unintended consequence with the definition in the administrative regs.
I'm not sure I understand your concern fully.
I'm concerned that rehabilitation is defined elsewhere, and that somehow that would tie into this reg unless we actually get all sources of rehabilitation out of your proposed modification, so that it can't be tied back to a definition somewhere else that won't be changed. Which I think that's what I heard is going to happen, but I just want to make sure that that's viable.
Sorry, I may not be understanding, but this whole section defines what triggers or what requires a rehabilitation, right?
Yes.
So all of that is going to remain. We're not proposing to change any of that.
Okay.
And perhaps it would help too, this is Mike with BSC, Kevin, that to let you know that as this is in part 1, that the definition is only going to be applicable to public school projects that DSA regulates, and nobody else is going to go to part 1 and grab this definition to be in conflict with a part 2 definition maybe, or something along that line. So it should be separated by that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, because as Brian pointed out, this 4-309 are the DSA triggers for rehabilitation. I believe all other agencies, the triggers are in part 10, but these are a little bit different than the triggers for commercial buildings or state-owned buildings. These are DSA specific, and that's why we have them here in 4-309, and we have the DSA definition of rehabilitation and retrofit.
Okay. I see raised hand from Gary.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. It seems to me that item number 3 is definitely going to have a cost impact if you're requiring to bring say a very old school building up to modern standards. You had mentioned, Diane, in your preamble that one of your tenants was no cost impacts, but this is certainly going to have a cost impact on the school districts.
So when you say item 3, I want to be clear, you're talking
about the repair of damage to earthquake due to earthquake and wind.
Correct. So the proposed revisions here is to give that item E a title. I believe I would have to look at 4-309. I believe most of these sub items have a title, like C is required rehabilitation. So this item E doesn't currently have a title. So we wanted to give it the title repair of damage due to earthquake or wind. I don't think I mentioned that in my summary. I think what I mentioned was we provided a pointer to section 405.
You did say that.
As to how to deal with structural repair. We do not currently adopt section 405 of part 10, but we are proposing to do that as part of our part 10 rulemaking package. So we wanted to, because, again, these are our triggers in the admin code, and we want to give them the breadcrumbs to get back to part 10. The triggers are the, when do I do it? And then, the part 10 tells them, what do I do? Right. Okay. So we wanted to give them the breadcrumbs to go, look, what do I do when I'm in a repair situation?
Okay. Thanks.
Does that help?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Thanks.
Gwen?
Yeah. Okay. So regarding item 1.3, I have 3 comments. So I'll see if I can make them intelligible. The first one is easier. If I were going to fix this provision, I would have, and this is probably couldn't be fixed without going back to the stakeholders, but I would strike out all portions of the building associated to this damage shall be retrofitted to comply with the currently effective regulations. And then it would just say, if you got rid of that, it would say, when building damage due to an earthquake or wind is repaired, structural repair shall be in accordance with section 405. So that's how I would have approached this, because I think the second, the part that's being left, the all portions of the building associated to this damage, which is grammatically difficult, shall be retrofitted to comply with the currently effective regulations is pretty vague. Okay, that's item one. Item two, I think that does this, let me ask it this way. Does this apply to schools, or could it apply to schools?
It does, yes.
Okay. So I think this, because you didn't adopt section 405 before, that's the triggers, the trigger upgrade. I think this violates section 17280 of the education code, which allows schools to be built back if it's fire damage. Oh wait, hold on, if it's fire damage. Okay, you escaped that one. I withdraw that one. So sorry. I think it might run afoul of the CHBC is my third point, because the CHBC does not adopt those triggers. And so if you had a historic building, you would get caught between, well, do I have to go to section 405 of part 10 or do I not? I don't know how to fix that.
So DSA does not adopt part 8. We do not adopt that, and I believe it would go to part 10 for that.
Okay. All right, then I withdraw 2, which really didn't happen, in 3. So my suggestion would be to just reword this. So it says, when building damage due to an earthquake or wind is repaired, structural repair shall be in accordance with section 405 of part 10. Because I think that eliminates the vague language that's there now, the retrofitted to comply with currently effective regulations. Because as a user of the code, that I don't know what that means.
So if I hear you correctly, you're suggesting a further study, not to put emotion in your mouth, but a further study for items 1-2 and 1-3.
Yeah, I think that, yes. I think that would be an editorial change, but it would have to go to further study.
Right, because as Michael Neerman mentioned, making modifications on the fly isn't
bad.
is tough to do. So better to take it under consideration when we can provide a thoughtful review and response.
I will mention, just as a point of order, just so everybody's aware, there's a very significantly tight turnaround time between the SDLF CAC and the 45-day. So do what you can. You may have to rely on 45-day comments. There may be time after that to squeeze in 15 to address some things like that. So just as a reminder that because BFO is done, you guys have worked on that, SDLF is going to turn around really quick to go out to 45-day, which happens in a very short period of time.
I think we have about a week to get that back to you, right?
Exactly.
Michael?
In fact, August 11th, I believe, is the beginning of the 45.
Yeah.
So gives you a time stamp there.
Yeah. Thanks for that point of note.
Thank you. Any other comments from the committee? Item 1. Seeing no other comments, we'll check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone for item number 1.
As a reminder, if you'd like to comment in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. If you're on the phone and you'd like to comment, please press 1 and then 0. In Zoom, there are no hands raised. Check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, so is there a motion from the committee? And I know we might be breaking this up.
I'm gonna move that items 1-2 and 1-3 for further study.
Okay.
Based on which criteria?
Yeah, so cost, which is 5 for item 2, 1-2, and vagueness number 6 for item 3.
Okay. Thank you. Is
Second.
that Gary? Okay, thanks, Gary.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion on the floor for further study of 1-1 and 1-2, correct?
Question, it's been a long day already. Did we go to public comment? Did we look to see
I
if we
believe
got?
we did ask for public comment after the discussion and then we made the
We
motion.
did, there were no comments.
Yeah, so I want to make sure that 1, 2, and 1, 3 is included in the motion and make sure 1, 1 was going to be motioned separately.
Correct.
Okay, excellent. So with that, further study of 1, 2 based on criteria number 5 and 6. I'll do roll call. Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Thank you. Iris Akazian.
Yes.
Thank you. Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Thank you. Gwen Sewer.
Yes.
Thank you. Gary McGavin.
Yes.
Thank you. And John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And that's unanimous.
Okay. Great. Now, looking for a motion for item 1-1. I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Second.
Secondly.
Who was the first person? Was that Gwen?
I think it was me.
All right. Very good. Okay, approve and submit. Item 1-1 has been moved and seconded. Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Iris Akazian.
Yes.
Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Gwen Seaver.
Yes.
Gary McGavin.
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Good job. Okay, item 2, I think is next.
Great, thank you. Item 2 has just one item, and that's with our section 4-316, which deals with the topic of designation of responsibilities and the concept of general responsible charge. We're making some editorial clarifications here because the current exception language seems to indicate that it can only be delegated in the case of alterations or repairs or changes, but we wanted to make that clear that work can be delegated to a design professional who's qualified, properly qualified to perform those services and registered in the branch of engineering applicable to the work, whether that's a new project, an addition, an alteration, or repair, so long as the work doesn't involve architectural or structural work or changes. So that was just making it a more broad exception in line with how we've actually been enforcing this.
Thank you, Diane. Any comments from the committee? Okay, seeing none, we'll check for public comments on the phone or on Zoom and on the phone for item number 2.
As a reminder, if you'd like to comment on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. If you'd like to comment on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. So there are no hands in Zoom. The phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
There are no public comments.
Thank you. Is there a motion from the committee?
Move to approve as submitted item number 2.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thanks, Sharon.
Roll call vote.
Okay. 2. Okay, it's been moved and submitted to approve item number 2 as submitted. Do roll call. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Ara Sakazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwyneth Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Item 3.
Great. Item 3 has 4 sub items. The first one is for section 4-330, which deals with the timing of construction and partial construction. The revisions we're proposing to this amendment clarifies the intent of the provision that construction commence on all school buildings within an approved project within 4 years, or else that approval will be voided for those school buildings that have not yet commenced construction. The current language says it commences within 1 year, and then we have been granting renewals in annual increments. So they have to come back to us in a year and get an extension and come back in another extension. So this is just a simplification of that process, just to say you got approval, you got 4 years to commence construction. So just simplifying the process there. The other 4 sub items provide clarification regarding requirements to provide DSA with test reports and daily special inspection reports when requested. We're updating the name for AASHTO's laboratory assessment program. That's now called Resource, so just a name change there. And finally, we're clarifying that a laboratory engineering manager is required for each facility providing services on DSA projects. Any questions on those items?
Before you go to committee, I have a quick, just a technical question for you, Diane. In the word resource, is it true that it's RE:source? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Looks like a typo when you look at it. So anyway,
it does,
ahead.
and yeah, and I your savvy staff members, I think, tagged us on that already. Yeah, but it does look odd.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I see a raised hand from John and then Gwen. John?
Thank you. I only have one question, and how do you interpret the 4-year period? Because it seems like you really don't have, this is for DSA, you really don't have approved plans. If the approval can be withdrawn anytime up to construction, theoretically, the day before you start. And then on the same vein, what happens to the approved project that is 3 years and 300 days down the road, and there is now a modification required for the plans? Is there a time freeze so you have time to revise the plans and then a time clock start again? Or basically, if you've gone almost to 4 years and there's a change, you're done on your beginning approval?
I will, the first question is simpler for me to answer. The second question I'll work on separately. So your question as to what is the date of approval of plans when we complete our back check and all back check comments have been addressed, DSA issues an approval of plans letter to the district and others. So they get a dated letter that says this is your date, this is your approval of plan. So you're right, we don't issue a certificate of occupancy like building departments, but that's an established process that DSA has and is understood and recognized by our stakeholders. So I believe that's clear within our stakeholder group, but happy to talk about that more.
That was the question.
Excuse me?
I don't believe that was the question.
What's the date of approval of plans?
was not the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. And you had a second question about what about if they need a revision at, 3 years and, 364 days. They would need to, they would need to submit for revision.
But how is the time told?
I believe it would have to, I don't know the answer to that. I would have to rely on any of my staff that might know the answer.
Okay, and back to my first question was, if you reserve the right to disapprove plans any time during that 4-year period.
If they haven't commenced construction yet, right?
Right, so you really don't have approved plans.
Well, what do you consider approved plans? We've given them approval, but we reserve the right to withdraw it. The way the current language is, let's see, I'm looking at it shall be commenced within 1 year, or we void the approval right now. If they don't commence construction within 1 year and they don't come back to us within that 1 year period and ask for an extension, their approval is technically void. So we're giving them more time. We're giving them more flexibility without having to come back to us and ask for extension.
I understand that, but what I read when I read this is you have your 1 year approval and you can start construction. This gives an opportunity to come back, and any time during that approval period, so assume you've issued bonds to pay for this thing, and something comes along with a new regulation and it's, oh, well, you can't build this. There's no relief mechanism built into it, I guess is what I'm saying.
Are you referring to the exception? DSA may withdraw approval or institute post-approval requirements as necessary to address life safety concerns?
Yeah, exactly. And what is the workaround if you have something that comes up legitimate, but at that 303 years, 364-day period, what is the mechanism for extension in which you can not only cure your plans, but there'll be a resubmittal process, and then you may have to go requalify your bonds. So there needs to be something where it's not a, sorry, game over situation.
I don't think we're, I hope you recognize that was not the intent. What you're describing, that's not the intent of what we're trying to accomplish here. What we were trying to accomplish is to give them more freedom to not have to keep coming back to us. Like right now, they have to come back to us every year for permission. So if they didn't start construction and they failed to ask for extension, it would be game over after 1 year for them. So I feel like what we're proposing, and it was well received again by the stakeholders we presented it to. They were appreciative of this, and I hear your concern, but I'm just a little puzzled why Cash and the other district representatives didn't raise that concern. And I'm not saying it's not a concern, but I'm just a little puzzled how to remedy it. Would you prefer that we, are you suggesting that you would disapprove this language and we would revert back to the 1 year at a time, which I don't think addresses your concern. So I don't know how to address your concern. Do you have a suggestion or recommendation?
Well, the concern is, that your conditions of approval per se don't vest at the time that the plans are approved now. You're reserving the right to hold the sword of Damocles over the district and say, oh, well, this has come along, so you can't build that now.
That's currently within a 1 year period now, though, because they have to request extension. And if something came up in that 1 year, we might not grant that extension.
True, but you would have that 1 year where you could rely on your conditions of approval.
Okay. As long as you start construction within the year.
True, and that's now taken away.
Okay,
I think our general.
Do you
rule-
prefer that it not, I don't know how to. Sorry, Ryan Huxley, did you have something to offer?
Yeah, as far as our general rule of thumb would be that the approval that we provide would be based upon the building code at the time the projects were submitted. So that generally provides the basis upon which we would be basing whether or not there was a life safety concern. Does that partially answer the question that you're asking?
No, I understand that, but with this addition, you've taken away the surety of having your plans, conditions of approval vested at the time you get your permission to proceed.
Can I jump in here and give a little bit of a historical perspective? This is a safety valve that you have if some big unforeseen thing happens. And historically, exactly this did happen. In 1994, the Seismic Safety Commission, I was your friendly Seismic Safety Commissioner for the state of California back in those days. And we had the earthquake. We had a bunch of schools with moment frames that were being constructed that were in jeopardy based on their previous approval. So not only did we sit down with the SA and stop construction of some of those schools, but we also put a pause on some of the moment frame designs until they could be worked out with the testing programs that we went through for the next 3 or 4 years. So as I look at what you have here, what you've proposed, it's just a safety valve in case some big bad thing happens. It's not meant to hold a school district or an architect or a structural engineer or a contractor in abeyance from being able to start the project. And the big problem that you've really solved with this is that 1 year time frame of going back and constantly jumping through the hoops of getting the reapproval. And this is a big help to school districts. So I'd say I'm 100% in favor of it. And historically, you did need that kind of safety valve, and we had to work it out with DSA through the Seismic Safety Commission.
I agree with you. I mean, we're not disagreeing with each other, but what I'm looking at is that 3 years, 364 day. There's no relief for that. If something comes along, there's no, if we put a stop to the project, for corrections legitimately, how do I continue on once that's resolved? Or have you now made this a complete resubmittal, start at square one?
I would have to speculate, but if it was an instance like Gary described, that would be something where they would need to, I don't know. It's hard to, it's hard without a specific example, but if it was something like the moment frame design, I mean, that's something where nobody knew what to do for many months. So I don't think the school district would be interested in going forward with a design that's been known to have life safety concerns. And I feel like
Not what I said. What I said.
But what else would we withdraw it for? It has to be life safety concerns per the exception. It can't just be DSA changed our mind and we don't want you to go forward anymore. Is there different wording to the exception that you would suggest?
What I would like is something in there that wouldn't, I agree with, like here's an example, the moment frames. That's huge. You don't keep building the project when you don't know, when you know better. But you don't send the entire project back to square one. And what, we're looking at something that's going to happen a few years from now, not now. And the same people that are talking about intent now may not be the same people controlling things. And how do we put something in there to toll the time while the corrections are made without losing the approval of the entire project?
So with the current,
Diane, I think you already have that. It's safety concerns due to information received after the initial approval. And so it's something that has cropped up that was unforeseen. It's not a willy-nilly arbitrary decision. There's something serious going on with safety that really needs to be stopped. And this gives you the authority to do that. There was a time when DSA could not red tag a building.
We still can't.
Now,
we have no authority. We don't issue a certificate of occupancy. We don't have any dangerous building provisions. So this is that's why we hold on so near and dear to our triggers in part one, because that's all we have to compel improvements to known problem buildings.
Yeah, I was referring to during construction where you could actually say, no, you're not going ahead. There was a time when you couldn't do that. Now you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had that happen with our solar PV carports. There were some known problems that became apparent during construction on several projects, and we were able to work with the district to get that resolved. But it took a lot. DSA. We don't want to get in the way of building schools. We want to help the districts. We want to, we're here to get the facilities built. So I don't know. I hear John's concern that down the road, somebody else, some other management at DSA may interpret it differently. I don't know how to write code based on future interpretations.
This is Richard Tannehill with Ashbond. May I interject? I think what John's asking is, if we're getting to the point where you do have to make a change, is there any instrument to extend that beyond the 4 years? And I think the answer is yes. They would basically apply to make that revision via amended construction document, a change order, whatever. That would automatically extend that review time under the circumstances. It wouldn't automatically terminate at the 4-year point at that point, because there's work in progress now. There's a re-review being done, a modification to that project. I don't think the project would be penalized for that.
Yeah, I agree with that. We would definitely, we wouldn't say, you know what, we're going to throw all these plans away, but there would definitely be some sort of meeting and agreement as to, what do you need to touch and what do you need to revise, and it follows that process accordingly. And and it doesn't put you back to square one.
Well, the thing that I agree with your thought process that went behind this. Don't get that wrong at all. What I'm saying is that the exception exists separately from the 4-year language, and they should be tied together, that if you got to make a modification, the time is told, you're allowed to resubmit an application and we'll start it again.
So you want, what you're asking for is, can that 4-year clock reset after they submit their revision?
Yes, depending on the size of the revision, but it seems there should be something that you don't waste all of your work, because there's no connection between the exception and the 4-year part of the language of the code. There should be something, like he said, that would tie the two together, that, okay, we found something that's wrong. You shouldn't build a defective structure, but you shouldn't lose all of your approvals either. So there needs to be a tolling provision, is what I guess. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if that's something we can write in the code. We do have, on your concern of interpretations, although I'm fairly certain this won't allay your concerns, we have an extensive library of IRs, interpretations of regulations, and our PRs. Yeah, I see you smiling. Those don't go through the rulemaking process. So, but I just had to throw it out there. I don't know how to, I guess I'm back to, I don't know how to write this language to allay your concerns. And maybe this could be something, again, Michael mentioned we're really tight on the timeline to turn around for the 45-day public comment period. I think, anyone on this committee could comment on our package during the 45-day comment period if you have, a suggestion. Maybe we note it as that. I don't know what else to do other than to thank you, Gary, for your feedback that this idea of just, giving people 4 years and not having to go back to the school board to get a letter and come back and ask permission for, that saves DSA time, that saves the district's time. They were happy with this. So I'm a little caught off guard by your questions, and they're good ones. I just don't know how to resolve it in the time frame that we have.
If I could make one comment related to the clock and approvals, I just want to make sure that the proposal is being correctly characterized. So with the language with some of the modifications, it says construction for each school building shall be commenced within 4 years after the approval of the plans. So therefore, as soon as construction commences on a given building, then the 4 years now, that time limit no longer applies, and they have potentially an indefinite period. So that as soon as they begin construction, then the 4 years, that 4-year limit no longer applies. So as long as they commence construction within 4 years. So for those buildings that have already begun construction, they would be able to continue.
They start grading or underground or,
Correct.
Yeah, this is
shovel in the dirt.
When you haven't started and one of the exceptions comes up, do I get my time back for having to reprocess that certain part of the project before the bell rings and they are technically expired after the 4 years has passed since they were approved?
So if they have not yet begun construction on a given building, then I think with the way that the language currently is written, then yes, but then, and perhaps I'm belaboring a point, but if we don't make this modification, that would occur for the entire project, not just a building, within 1 year.
I'm going to get off of this because I'm using too much time and we need to move this forward. But the point is that the tolling provision needs to be in there so your project isn't sunk if there's some modifications that have to be made. And I'm done now.
Okay, I see several hands still. I think Ara?
Sure, I'll be quick, just, too much time on this. Question, is This 4-year limitation, does this have any conflict with the Assembly bill that is establishing 12 months limitation on the expiration? I don't know if does
I'm
or
not
not.
familiar with that. Is that a bill on the
There is an
floor
Assembly
currently?
bill
Is it
that
approved?
is establishing 12 months period for commencing the construction.
I can, with that, Ara and Diane, that was legislation that we actually were directed to include information in the code so that we put out an information bulletin and then decided to go ahead and amend the code so that that information was available statewide. And that has to do with that 6-month extension, but that's for, it wasn't intended to be for state regulated occupancies necessarily. I think it was intended to be for local building officials statewide who had emergencies, natural disasters within their community that were impacting the amount of time that was taken to get contractors and building materials, and to be able to even start construction of buildings were being delayed. And so that was legislation's attempt to give relief to those people who are already severely impacted by a natural disaster. So not to make it worse for them by having to resubmit each time. So that's what it was addressing. I don't know that it connects to DSA and the school programs or OSHPA.
My suggestion is just to be careful, because interpretation is one thing, but the way I read that Assembly bill talks about wood buildings and limitation on permits. So I don't see any designation for the state-owned building or other jurisdictions. So just a suggestion to pay attention on that. I can even get the Assembly bill number. I think it's 2913, Assembly Bill AB 2913. That's first question. Second, the way it's written, the code right now, with this 1-year limitation, my understanding is this allows the authority having jurisdiction to look every time when they come to renewal to see if there was any code changes. And also for architects and contractors, knowing that some code changes are coming, should they start the construction or they are safe to go for another cycle and ask for extension because there are not major changes. And this allows every time they come into renewal, authority having jurisdiction just asking for these changes to be addressed or give a modification to comply with the previous code cycle, for example, right? With this change to 4 years, kind of, and the exception adding, I have a feeling that, of course, Richard explained that there is a way to go behind 4 years. That's a good thing, even though the language doesn't say that. But looks like DSA will allow 4 years not to start the construction. And then during any time they can come and arbitrarily say, there is some change that we want to bring your attention to this. And this is a little bit misleading to architects group and the contractors group to follow the codes. And anytime they can be punished, penalized for some changes that authority having jurisdiction finding some changes and requesting to do work differently when they are in their design or they are in a process to start construction, even ordering materials, all that stuff, so they'll be surprised. These are my points.
Diane, just one caveat on extending the 4 years, another 4 years, that throws you through 2.5 code cycles. And if you are going to extend it beyond the 4 years, you probably want to limit it to some time because I've already had 4 years. And if you go through two code cycles, that becomes problematic in itself.
I'd like to interject here and reiterate that we have spent too much time on this one item. I think a motion is due. So perhaps someone can propose a motion, see if we can get it passed and move on. We are running out of time and there's still quite a bit to review. So I'd like to move forward.
A motion for further study.
Can we go to public comments first?
Thank you, Sharon, yes.
Okay, let's go to check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone.
For those in Zoom, just a reminder to use the raise hand feature, and on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 to comment. In Zoom, there are no hands raised. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. So is there a motion from the committee? Item
Well-
number 3.
Motion for further study, item 3, reason 4.
Second.
Okay, what's the criteria?
Number 4 is.
4, okay.
Okay,
Roll call vote?
yes. Okay. And this is for all of item 3, right? 3-1 through 3-4, or is it only a specific?
I believe it would only be, sorry, I lost my place.
I just don't want to get the wrong motion down here.
3-1.
Okay,
Oh, it's on the other page. That's why I can't find it. Yes, this is 3-1 only.
all right, thank you. Okay, so it's been moved
But
and seconded to further study based on criteria number 4 for 3-1, which in my case is 4-330. Is that right?
Correct.
Gwen, did you have a question?
Well, I wanted to say I'm going to vote against this motion. I think the proposal's pretty reasonable. I understand the concern that John raised, but it seems to be balancing two things, and it seems to come up with a reasonable compromise between the two things. So I understand the concern, but I'm going to vote against this proposal. Thank you.
Okay. So are we ready for a roll call vote?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Sharon Goey,
No.
Ara Sakazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
No.
Gwen Searer,
No.
Gary McGavin,
No.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Okay, fails 4-2. New motion?
So if we make a motion, can we do them all at once, or do we have to specifically?
Brand new motion, you can do however you want.
So I move to accept all of item 3 in its entirety as submitted.
I'll second.
Thank you. With that, is there any more discussion? Hearing none?
The last 3 items haven't been discussed by public.
Okay, good point. Thank you. Staff reminded me that we haven't opened 3-2, 3-3, and 3-4 up to public comment. So before we complete that, we should probably check for comment on that.
Okay, we'll check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone for the entire item number 1. Sorry, 3-1 through 3-5.
Very good.
And as a reminder to those on Zoom, if you'd like to comment, please use the raise hand feature. And if you'd like to comment on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. And there are no hands in Zoom. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. So we're back to the motion is to approve as submitted. Item 3-1 through 3-5.
Okay, let me do a roll call. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Ara Sakazian, Ara,
No.
thank you. Kevin Moore,
Yes.
thank you. Gwen Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Unfortunately, putting them all together forces me to put in a no vote on all of them, except where it would have only been on 3-1.
Understood, thank you. Okay, passes 4-2.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 4. Diane?
Thank you. Item number 4 has 3 items here. It's code sections 4-508, 509, and 510. And our work here, excuse me, is repealing language requiring a fee payment related to required submittal of DSA of landscape documentation. We're making revisions to the self-certification form. It's combining what was previously 2 separate forms into one and requiring periodic site observations during construction to ensure that the landscape planning and irrigation work is completed in accordance with the Cal Green Code section 5.304 requirements for outdoor water use as adopted by DSA. So removing a fee and simplifying 2 forms into one and providing clarification regarding site observation.
Thank you. Any comments from the committee? Okay. Seeing none, we'll check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone for item number 4.
For those in Zoom, please use the raised hand feature to comment. And if you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. There are no hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
There are no public comments.
Thank you. Is there a motion from the committee?
Move to approve item number 4 as submitted in its entirety.
I'll second.
And I would like to apologize to John and Ara. Next time I'll split it up because I forced you guys to vote on things that you would have approved and I didn't. Sorry.
This is good.
Roll call vote.
Okay, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded to approve item number 4 in its entirety. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Ara Sakasian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes, sorry about that.
you, Gwen Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
All right.
Okay, item 5.
Item 5.
Okay, last one for part 1. This is our item 5, section 5-103. And all we're doing here is deleting some addresses to our DSA regional offices and providing some language in order to be consistent with our admin code section 4-352.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the committee? Seeing none, we'll check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone for item 5, section 5103.
For those in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature if you'd like to comment. If you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 to put yourself in the queue. There are no hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
There are no public comments.
Okay, so is there a motion from the committee?
To approve as submitted. Item number 5.
Second.
Thank you.
Roll call vote.
Yes. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept HCD proposal for, DSA's proposal for item 5. It's chapter 5, section, chapter, let's just say section 5-103, approved as submitted. Roll call vote. Sharon?
Yes.
Ara Sakasian?
Yes.
Kevin Moore?
Yes.
Gwen Searer?
Yes.
Gary McGavin?
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, and then I'll make a motion for this entire item. A move to accept all the motions for this agenda item, number 7 for DSA, regarding adopting, amending the 2022 edition of the California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24.
Perfect. Second.
Second.
Thank you. And with that, we'll do a roll call to accept all the actions taken for item 7 for DSA's Part 1. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
thank you. Art Sakazian,
Yes.
thank you. Kevin Moore,
Yes.
thank you. Gwen Searer,
Yes.
thank you. Gary McGavin,
Yes.
thank you. And John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. Nice work. Appreciate it. That takes care of DSA's Part 1.
Great, thank you. I was gonna ask Mike whether you think we should take a quick break now or
Yeah, I
get
was
into-
just thinking that. We could do it at 3 and see if, let's see what the next package here, this is.
It's our part 2. It's going to be a long one.
Yeah, so yeah, let's take a break now. Give us 10 minutes or so and then maybe pick up again at 3.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Just send me.
Assuming this one, we will take large chunks. Tables for every slide if we need. Okay, I think it's 3 o'clock, so Sharon, whenever you're ready to start again, we can get going.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Pretty fast. So, all right, now we'll start on agenda item 8, Division of the State Architect, Structural Safety. Adopt and amend the 2022 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24. I'll turn over to DSA staff.
Thank you, Chair Goey and committee members. You know me, I'm Diane Gould, but I do want to do a proper introduction of my team now that I have the opportunity. We're going to be tag teaming to present the various parts of our 2022 Title 24 Part 2 rulemaking package. So here with me today, I have Ryan Huxley, who is a supervising structural engineer on my team with the DSA Structural Safety Codes and Standards Unit. I also have both Ryan Turner, we have the two Ryans, Ryan Turner, and we have Brian Frank. Ryan Turner and Brian Frank are both district structural engineers on my team. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to present these proposed changes and the opportunity to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. A small portion of our Part 2 package, specifically chapters 1 through 15, so essentially, volume 1 of Part 2, and also chapters 30 through 32 were already heard by the Building, Fire, and Other Advisory Committee. That hearing took place earlier this month on July 7th through 8th, so we'll just be going through the remainder of the chapters for this committee review. And I already mentioned the pre-cycle outreach when I presented our Part 1 package, so I'm not going to reiterate that other than to tell you this Part 2 package underwent that same outreach process and refinement and reflects and includes adjustments that we made as a result of feedback received during those several months of pre-cycle outreach. So Chair, I would turn to you once again how you would like me to proceed. The committee action matrix is a lot more lengthy on this one. Do we want to start item by item? We have grouped for Part 2, our items are grouped by chapters. So we could essentially go chapter by chapter, provide an overview of what's going on in that chapter, and then maybe let the committee members point out any particular items within that chapter they'd like to discuss. Is that
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Just
yeah.
to kind of.
Yeah, I would think that would be the plan. Each item number is based on chapter, so.
That's correct. So we start, it doesn't match the chapter. It's a little off, right? Because our item number 5 is chapter 16. But yeah, I believe that we, without except, in some cases, I think we may have several chapters in an item. I don't remember if that's in this package off the top of my head. That might have been with the BFO, and those would be chapters where we weren't doing anything. But any chapter where we have provisions put forward, there's just one main item per chapter. So
yeah, let's go to item number 5. That's on chapter 16. Right?
Okay, with that, I'm going to pass the mic over and introduce you to Ryan Turner.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Turner. As Diane mentioned, I'm a district structural engineer with the Codes and Standards Unit. Thank you for the opportunity to present these items to the committee. So I will, as Diane noted, items 1 through 4 have already been heard by the BFO committee. So we are going to jump into item 5, which is item 5 is chapter 16, structural design. This chapter applies to community college projects under DSA jurisdiction for which the district voluntarily chooses to use the alternative DSA-SS/CC provisions. DSA amendments to this chapter are limited only to section 1617. Most proposed changes in this chapter result from the need to coordinate with changes to the model code and the adopted reference standard ASCE 7. There are also several proposed changes in this chapter that include early adoption of items that have already passed the main committee ballot of ASCE 7-22. I'll take this opportunity to provide an overview of item 5 and a suggested grouping of sub-items for voting purposes. As I mentioned, the majority of line items under item 5 involve updating DSA amendments to coordinate with changes in adopted standards or other sections of the model code or CBC. The following item numbers fall under this category: 5-1 to 5-10, 5-13, 5-19, 5-21, and 5-23 to 5-26. Of particular note, I wanted to point out in 5-23, which is CBC section 1617.11.15, DSA will be co-adopting OSHPD's items for equipment anchoring requirements, which OSHPD had changed during the 2019 intervening cycle. The old language was confusing as to which equipment is anchored and which is exempt. The new language helps bring clarity by rewriting the requirements in the affirmative rather than the old approach, which was exceptions to an exception. This helps better define which equipment is required to be anchored and which is exempt. This language has been drafted and refined in collaboration with OSHPD, as well as the Chapter 2 definitions that have already been heard by the BFO committee. Continuing on with items and line items in item 5, there are several line items that are new DSA amendments. The following sub-items fall under this category: 5-22, which adds a clarification that lateral building response need not be considered concurrently with differential settlements for shallow foundations on liquefiable sites. And for those that don't have the matrix, that's section 1617.11.14, item 5-22. Continuing on, there are several line items listed under item 5 that are DSA amendments that are proposing an early adoption of items from ASCE 7. The following item numbers fall under this category: 5-11 to 5-12 and 5-14. These items are new amendment language for Site Class E sites to be consistent with ASCE 7 Supplement 3, which has been approved by ASCE, which updates various subsections to the seismic ground motions, seismic ground motion values for clarity. Also, 5-15 to 5-18 includes several items regarding two-stage analysis procedures and editorial changes for clarification that have passed the main committee ballot of ASCE 722. And lastly, 5-20 revises the exception for prohibiting extreme torsional irregularity based on new requirements that have passed the main committee ballot of ASCE 722. So that concludes my overview of item 5. I know I just indicated a lot of information, but I tried to group it in ways that I would recommend consideration for the committee to vote in groups. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Ryan.
You're welcome.
All right. Gwen?
Yeah, so in 5-14, you mentioned supplement 3. Seismic ground motion values shall include updated subsections in supplement 3. But it's when I read that, I'm like, well, supplement 3 of what? I mean, I kind of know it's ASCE 716, but I kind of don't, because it's not, like, I'm not sure how well it's defined in that, with that wording. Is there a reason why you didn't say supplement 3 of ASCE 716?
So let me make sure I got the right section. So you said it was item 5-14?
I think so, if I didn't screw up. Yeah.
16, 17, 11.2.
Sorry, I'm just scrolling back to my express terms. I will point out we do have another item in our express terms that does go into more detail on that, and we also have added supplement 3 to chapter 35 for the adopted reference standards. But let's start with 1617.11.2. Oh, well, this was the section I was saying that would go into more detail. So this is an item that is co-adopted with OSHPD in the A chapter, and we've repeated it here. But the idea was to just make sure that the design professionals are aware that we are incorporating all of the updated subsections from supplement 3. I see your concern how that could be misleading. I believe the intent was the fact that it says modify ASCE 7 section 11.4 to include the following, that would be the link to tie the supplement 3 to ASCE 7. We do have a separate item that does refer to tables that have been revised in collaboration with supplement 3. But let's before we go there, let's see if there's, if I'm answering your question. So really, my response to that would be that the title of that section where it says modify ASCE 7 by adopting the updated subsections within supplement 3, that's the intent, to tie it together. And in addition to that, we have revised CBC chapter 35, where ASCE 7 is noted as a reference standard to also include supplement 3. Does that answer your question, Glenn?
Yeah, I think it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good question.
I have another question if no one else wants to dive in. For 516, so you're saying that this has been balloted by the main committee on ASCE 7, but is that for supplement 3 or for ASCE 722?
That's for ASCE 722.
Okay. I mean, we now have 3 different versions of ASCE 7. We have ASCE 716 supplement, it was the original one. And then we reference supplement 3 of ASCE 716. And we're adopting stuff that's probably going to be in ASCE 722, but there's still a public comment section. I'm just worried that we're mixing apples and oranges. I wanted to see if you could speak to that.
Sure. That was a comment we received from pre-cycle comments and outreach. But we felt strongly enough about these provisions and reaching out to various members of the ASCE 722 committee that that this was important enough to go ahead and include. These items have been approved by the main committee. I believe the public comment period has already passed, but I do have a note to follow up and see if there were any comments received. My understanding is it's very unlikely that the language will change, but we do reserve the right to make revisions if needed prior to the final submittal to the Building Standard Commission in December. But we certainly are aware that that's a possibility, and we we're taking the steps needed to make sure that we don't have any inconsistencies between the final version that's adopted in ASC 722 and what we end up doing in early adoption in this case.
Okay. From a philosophical standpoint, speaking just for myself, I understand what you're doing and even why, but I think it makes things very difficult for users of the code to say, we're going to follow this version of ASC 7, except for this, and over here, this, and this. So I need to think about it. I understand why you're doing it, but it gives me a headache.
I can put myself in those shoes as well. I will just add to that, Gwen, that for the same section that we're adding some new items here, we did have DSA amendments in place that were also changing ASC 7 in that section. So designers should already be aware of some DSA amendments that were required for those items, and we're just expanding that to include some new items that we know are going to be coming down the way, and we feel are add value for building designs.
Understood. Thank you, Ryan.
You're welcome.
Great. Thank you, Gwen. Thank you, Ryan. Any other comments from the committee? Gwen? Gwen?
Okay, yeah, sorry. For 524, that's piping bracing design. Section 1617, 1119. And I'm pulling it up right now. What was the thought process there of deleting the piping greater than 1 inch in diameter?
Sure. Let me pull up my notes on that.
Yeah.
So
no, sorry, it's ISP greater than 1.
Yeah, that's correct. So this was a change that was made to be consistent with OSHPD, and we reviewed this and coordinated this requirement, so it also applies to the A chapter, and we're repeating it here for community colleges. But the idea was that the statement about the supporting piping with ISP greater than 1.0 was confusing, and that the context for the applicability of that exception tends to get lost. See, I'm looking through my my ISOR language here to see if I can provide some more explanation. I believe it comes down to that with an ISP greater than 1, that it wouldn't come into play for this scenario, and we wanted to remove that language to avoid confusion that that this would be required for such a case. Yeah, I may need to look back at this a little bit more to provide a better explanation. I don't know if that's
probably, yeah, that's probably good enough. I mean, I'll grant you the words "do not support piping with ISP greater than 1.0" starts to make my head spin. So that's a good enough answer for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I see a raised hand from, oh, it's gone now. Oh,
Dr. Lobo?
Yeah, I see a raised hand from Roy.
Yeah, I was going to answer that question, but since Gwyneth said he's good with it, I'm good with it.
Okay, thanks, Roy.
Thank you. Any other comments from the committee for chapter 16, item 5? Seeing none, we'll go check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone for item number 5, Chapter 16, Structural Design.
So for those in Zoom, as a reminder, please use the raised hand feature. If you'd like to comment, if you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 to put yourself in the queue. And in Zoom, we have Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. Joe Kane, Solar Energy Industries Association and member of the ASCE 722 Main Committee. My comment is about item 5-13 in the section that is renumbered as 1617.9.6. And I recognize that the only thing in here that is a change is a renumbering of the section to 1617.9.6. But I do have 3 comments about that particular subsection. The first is that ASCE 713.6.12 applies not to all systems that are ballasted. It applies only to systems that are both ballasted and unattached. So the first comment would be to include the word unattached, in between ballasted and roof mounted. So ballasted, comma, unattached, roof mounted. And I, in another section of the code in 1613, we have non-penetrating, which is a little bit more of an industry term. Anyway, it does not apply to all systems that are ballasted. There are systems that are hybrid where attachment points are used to resist seismic forces. Ballast is used to address wind pressures. Anyway, so that's the first comment. Second comment is just simply editorial, that in other sections that reference ASCE 7, like immediately below you see the word section, ASCE, comma, section 11.4. So it seems like a comma and the word section is missing. Final comment is, I'm not even sure this belongs here because the main heading of 1617.9 is earthquake loads. That section of ASCE 7, 13.6.12 is not a method of load and resistance. It's a displacement method. So if you go in that section of ASCE 7, it's to estimate a minimum expected displacement and then provide limitations and associated criteria based on that anticipated displacement. So it is not a way of calculating earthquake loads. It's a way of calculating displacement of the system on the roof owing to earthquake loads. So anyway, it's just something to consider. Does it really belong there at all? And if you decide, yes, it does, then I would suggest those other 2 changes. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Okay, yeah, I'll just, I guess my first response is that, again, we're not changing that one. As Joe pointed out, it's just renumbering in order to insert the 2 sections, 1617.9.1 and 0.2 up above. But we will we'll take a look at those comments and under consideration. So thank you.
That is our only public comment in Zoom. I will check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
That is it.
Thank you. So back to the committee, looking for a motion. And if we need to, the sections could be broken up. Gwen?
I have a question for Joe Kane, and I don't know if that's permitted.
So why not? Certainly ask a question.
Okay, Joe, you may have to do your number thing or whatever to get back in queue to talk. Can you walk me through the pages that you had issues with? I was trying to listen and also at the same time find the pages that you were talking about. On each page at the bottom, it says like page 19 of 91. That would be helpful for me to figure out.
Page 7 of 91.
Okay, hold on.
Near the bottom.
Near the bottom, right?
1617.9.6.
Ballasted photovoltaic.
Got it. Okay, so there, yeah, okay. You would want to see unattached right there.
Correct. Ballasted, comma, unattached roof mounted.
Okay, and
And
I don't think I'll be able to mess with that because that's just copy, and this was just an administrative renumber. But what were the other ones?
ASCE 7, comma, section 13.612. That's just an editorial.
Oh, right. Got it. Okay.
Just editorial. But because it is a displacement method and not an earthquake load method, I would just consider whether it belongs there at all. Does it really add anything? It might not hurt, but I don't. It may neither help nor hurt, and may not be needed or appropriate.
Got it. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin?
Did we lose Diane? So I guess she tagged in Ryan. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Ryan, this is just associated with a number change, right? The stuff that he's talking about. So if we disapprove, really not an option for us. If you think about it more, does that make any change? You would have to then reballot to add in the section, the editorial, or can you do editorial changes without actually reballoting?
Yeah, editorial is not a problem. This is Mike with BSC. We can fix punctuation and misspells and things like that. It's not an issue. That'll happen during codification as well. So.
Okay, so then I would recommend that what Joe is recommending for section addition is just an editorial comment, and that we would recognize that DSA is just moving these sections primarily for numbering, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so are we ready for a motion from the committee?
Point of order from Mike. When Ryan started, he gave us listings of what he considered groupable items. I don't know if you want to utilize those, take motions, or if you just, since it sounds like the discussion topics were kind of throughout, but nothing really major popped out, you can take everything as a motion. But if you want to take them in the groups that Ryan suggested, we can do that too.
Yeah, because it seems like we have discussed, a couple of different areas. So I was gonna see if the committee wanted to just do one motion.
Perfect.
I'd like to make a motion to approve as submitted item number 5.
Thank you.
The entirety. With the understanding that that comma section comment that Joe Kane had be addressed as editorial.
Will do. Thank you.
Second.
Was that Kevin?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Got it. Okay. This has been motioned and seconded to approve as submitted item number 5 in its entirety. I'll do roll call. Sharon Goey?
Yes.
Ara Sakazian?
Yes.
Kevin Moore?
Yes.
Gwyneth Searer?
Yes.
Gary McGavin?
Yes.
John Oglesby?
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. That's item 5.
Thank you. All right. Item 6. There are a lot of subsections, and it's on chapter 16A, structural design. Ryan?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to handle this one similarly to item 5. I can provide an overview of the various items and put them into subgroups for voting purposes, but I'll walk you through the major changes just like we did. And there's going to be some redundancy with item 5 because we're repeating the items for chapter 16A. So this is chapter 16A, structural design. This chapter is co-adopted by DSA and OSHPD and used exclusively by projects under our respective jurisdictions. Similar to item 5, most proposed changes in this chapter result from the need to coordinate with changes to the model code in ASCE 7, as well as several early adoption of items that have already passed the main committee ballot of ASCE 722. The majority of line items under item 6 involve updating DSA amendments to coordinate with changes in adopted standards or other sections of the model code or CBC. The following item numbers fall under this category: 6-1 to 6-11, 6-25, 6-31, 6-33 to 6-34, 6-36, and 6-38 to 6-40. For item 6-36, this is going to be the same as item 5-23, where DSA is co-adopting the OSHPD items for equipment anchoring requirements. So I'll spare you all the same blurb that I read previously, but it will apply here as well. A large number of line items under item 6 are continued deletions of the model code carried forward without change from the previous triennial code adoption cycle. DSA lists these items for the benefit of the publisher, but they do not constitute regulatory change. The following item numbers fall under this category: 6-12 to 6-17 and 6-20 to 6-24. A couple of line items listed under item 6 are new DSA amendments. The following item numbers fall under this category: 6-35, which is a repeat from the previous item, but it's clarification that lateral building response need not be considered concurrently with differential settlements for shallow foundations on liquefiable sites. And also 6-37, we've expanded the existing exception to allow screw anchors for exterior conditions for manufacturers that have an option with stainless steel anchors. Also, several line items in item 6 are DSA amendments proposing an early adoption of items from ASCE 7. These are going to be the same as before. So 6-18 to 6-19 and 6-26 has amendment language for Site Class E sites to be consistent with ASCE 7 Supplement 3. 6-27 to 6-30 includes several items regarding two-stage analysis procedures that we covered in item 5 that have already passed the main committee ballot of ASCE 722. And 6-32 is revising the exception for prohibiting extreme torsional irregularity based on new requirements that also passed the main committee ballot of ASCE 722. So all of those 3 items are going to be very similar or the same as item 5 for chapter 16. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chair, and ask how you would like to proceed.
Thank you, Ryan. So I'm going to ask the committee members if there are any sections you want to discuss. Okay. Gary?
Thank you. On page 17, under the mapped acceleration parameters, this is probably just an explanation, not a request for you to try and make any change. But shouldn't we by now be referencing the ASCE hazard tool as an approved method for getting to the mapped acceleration parameters?
That's a good comment. So just to clarify, as I'm sure you picked up, that we're not changing anything with this section. This is a continued deletion from before. I do understand the point of your comment, and I believe in the next version of ASCE 7-22, I believe they will be explicitly referring to the that online hazard tool to get the values. For now, the figures noted here and the maps are still provide the same information. So I believe we'll just keep it that way since we haven't proposed to make that change up until this point, but I will make a note to consider that for future updates. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good comment.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the committee? No. Okay, seeing none, we'll check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone for item number 6, chapter 16A.
And as a reminder for the public, if you'd like to comment in Zoom, please use the raised hand feature. If you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 to put yourself in the queue. With that, we have Joe in Zoom. Go ahead.
Thank you, Joe Kane, Solar Energy Industries Association. My comment is on item 6-25. And if you go to page 19 of 91, there is section 1613A.3. I have a few comments on that. The first of which is the first strikeout sentence. This says ballasted non-penetrating system shall be designed and gives the threshold of 12 units, 1 in 12. My request is to remove the strikeout of that first sentence that is in strikeout. And this was debated at the ICC Structural Committee, and Gwen was the maker of a motion on this specific topic. There was a proposal to change that to the ASCE 7-13612 threshold, which is would effectively require peer review at that. And so just the very briefest piece of history is that was developed by the CAC PV Systems Committee, and every time it ended up somewhere, it got more stringent, more stringent, more stringent, without any additional data or justification. So it became more stringent to 1 in 12 when it went into the IBC, and then when it went into ASCE 716 with no additional data or justification, it became 1 in 20 with peer review required between 1 in 20 and 1 in 12. So the ICC Structural Committee, a cycle or two cycles ago, decided to keep that in the model code. I would ask you to keep that in the California Building Code. So just don't do the strikeout. And the words non-penetrating, again, that's an industry term, and maybe unattached is a better word than non-penetrating because that's an industry term. So that's first request. Unstrike it, change non-penetrating to unattached. And the rest is no problem. Under the what was an exception, I would have the same comments as you heard in item 5, and that would be including the word unattached after ballasted, and including the word section, editorial change the word section before 13612. So it's effectively 3 changes or 3 subjects. Thank you.
Question for Joe. On that second request, I don't know if Joe's still there.
I'm still here.
Okay, all right, cool.
I think I'm still unmuted.
Yeah, I can hear you. On the second request, so if we put unattached, it said ballasted unattached roof-mounted photovoltaic panel system shall comply with ASCE 7 section 13.6.12. What would be the requirement if it was attached? Like if we would add unattached there, would that create problems because now we don't have a requirement for attached that are ballasted?
Good question, Gwen. For an attached system, this section is just not relevant because this section is all about, this predates the 13612. So it got into the IBC first, and then it got into the 716 the following cycle, and that is likely why there is an option or a strikeout here because it's now in 13612. But an attached system, none of this is relevant. You would just do normal seismic design and find in most cases wind governs and seismic does not govern.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any other public comments in Zoom. I'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. So now we're back with the committee for a motion regarding item 6, chapter 16A.
This is Gwen. I'm going to make a motion on item 625, which is 1613A.3 and the exception for further study. As Joe pointed out, I was on the ICC Structural Committee, and the 1 in 12 was approved and vetted by CAC, which is a California organization, and there was much debate about it, and the consensus was that 1 in 12 slope was acceptable and reasonable without requiring peer review. And so I'm going to request further study. This motion is for further study of 625 based on 9-point criteria number 5, cost.
Okay. Thank you, Gwen. All right. Is there a second? This is for item 625, further study based on criteria number 5.
Second.
Okay.
Thanks, Gary.
Sorry, I see a raised hand from Diane.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt the process here. I have kind of, maybe it's a question for Michael. So this 1613A.3 is one of the items that Ryan Turner noted is a continued deletion, and it's a little bit confusing, but if you look in our legend at the beginning of the express terms, it shows that anything that's shaded in gray is information for the publisher and not not a new rulemaking proposal. So I am a little unsure if we could unstrike that.
Well,
and I guess I'm confused as to, I wasn't quite following if that requirement for the peer review is in ASCE 7 or if it's in the current IBC, 2021 IBC model code language. But I hear the concerns and the feedback, but I just don't know if we're able to react to that.
Yeah, this is some of the concerns that BSC staff has had with the agency proposals when you add these additional elements to try to show a continued deletion. So from a model code to a model code, you want to make sure this continues to not be there, and that's what we're seeing here. So technically, the committee can take any action they would like. It's a recommendation. And so whatever action they decide they want to recommend, it would be up to you then as an agency whether you accept that or not. Because of the condition that this is, that it's just continued deletion of existing model code from the previous code cycle, from previous triennial edition, that you probably have to not accept the motion to further study or whatever it may be, or rejection, whatever it might be. We have further study for number 5, because then you couldn't unstrike it and bring it back, because then you have a conflict. So that's part of the issue with showing existing language to be removed. That's model language that was removed previously. So it's not a new amendment. You're just continuing.
Okay, and then I guess I'm curious, hearing that, is that information somewhere else? Like I would be interested to hear from Gwen or others if there's, or Joe, if there's a recommendation of how we might accomplish their concerns.
So I'm being objective here and trying to be a user. Mike, this is to you, I think, because it's a little bit more process oriented. But I think what's put in front of us on page 19 of 91 is a suggested deletion of the new 2021 provisions within the IBC. The issue that Gwen brings up is that she would like the entire strike to be reviewed and potentially limited to the sentences that follow the 1 unit vertical and 12 units horizontal. So you would put back what had been stricken previously, but maybe this is a new opportunity for us to strike different words. So it actually decreases the amount of stricken words. And as users, we would now have a step function that the 1 in 12, because the way it reads, ballasted non-penetrating systems shall be designed and installed only on roofs with slopes not more than 1 unit vertical and 12 units horizontal. So you would actually design it per that limitation. And then I don't think, although it could be part of this, you would have to get away from what it says, where it says ballasted roof-mounted photovoltaic panel system shall comply with ASC 713.6.12. And you will likely have to do some line modifications to that section in ASC 7 based on what Joe's talking about. So I think that you're able to modify what you propose because the sum total of what you're proposing is larger and we are trying to narrow it. Does that sound right, Mike?
Well, I mean, I think you have to realize that what the agency is trying to say here is that they're continuing to not adopt the provision that they didn't adopt in the last one. So if a further study is what you guys want, that's what you would recommend. And then it'd be up to the agency to decide if they can do that. Number one, with the time they have available, considering the outreach they may have to do to verify that. And number two, whether or not bringing this model code language back into the code then affects other agencies who may then want to add the non-adoption of that provision unless they're okay with adding it back in and adopting it. So it creates a lot of extra steps that weren't proposed in this rulemaking. So it's kind of skirting on the edge of what can be accomplished. However, the CAC has the option to make a recommendation, and it's up to the agency as to how they want to take or not accept that recommendation.
Okay, so I think I'm straddling the two visions here. Is that what Mike said? I totally understand what Mike's saying there. Diane, you're trying to figure out how you get from point A to point B. I don't see this as an impossible path to achieve. I see it as a head scratcher for Ryan, but I think he can do it. And then there's a potential that you can get other agencies on board if this is shared. But that's just to give us a sense as a committee that we actually might be identifying something that's doable in the time frame that you have.
Thank you, Kevin. I saw a prior raised hand from Ara.
Yeah, I was going to say that this was a continuation of deletion, but now looking to the current 2021 IPC assisted language there. Question can be looked two ways. One, we are not touching this and continuing the way it is. There is nothing new proposed here, just carrying over the old language. And the way I see Kevin is explaining that because the mother language has this language in it, so deletion still can be discussed and polished somehow. But personally, I would be okay keeping this deletion. And the comment about making more stranger, when it gives this deletion of this language, which is limiting 1 to 12, is not making any more stranger. It makes less restrictive to me.
Thank you, Ara. All right, I think we had a motion and a second, right, Mike? Okay. So we need to complete that process, right?
Yes, exactly. After the further discussion, it was moved and seconded to further study based on item number 5 for 6-25, which is the section we're talking about, which is 1613A3, I believe. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'll go ahead and call roll. Okay. Sharon Goey,
No.
R.S. Kajian,
No.
okay. Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwen Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
and John Oglesby.
Yeah.
Motion passes 4-2. Further study based on item number 5. Okay.
All right, thank you. So now we may be able to look at the rest or the balance of the item. Item number 6, chapter 16A. Is there a motion?
I move to approve as submitted the remainder of the items. So all of item 6 with the exception of 625.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, Kevin seconded. We need to reach out for comment.
Okay, yeah, we'll check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone. For item number 6 in its entirety, except item 625. So it's chapter 16A without 1613.8.3.
For those in Zoom that wish to comment, please use the raise hand feature. For those on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 to put yourself in the queue. So in Zoom, it looks like we don't have any comments. We'll check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comments.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and do a roll call. All right. This is for the remainder of the items to approve and submit. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
R.S. Kazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwen Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
and John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. And that takes us to item 9. Whatever the
Item
next.
7.
Sorry, 7. Jumping ahead of myself.
So item 7 on chapter 17A, special inspections and tests. Ryan?
So it will actually be a different Ryan presenting this section. I'll pass it over to Ryan Huxley.
Thank you, Ryan. So chapter 17A, special inspections and tests. This chapter is co-adopted by DSA and OSHPD and used exclusively by projects under our respective jurisdictions. What I'll do is I'll go through a summary of the changes that are included in this item 7. And I can identify some of the sub-items within that, but I will admit that there's a fair amount of jumping around. So I guess I'll leave it up to the chair. Would you like me to identify the sub-items associated with the summaries? And maybe I need to read the summaries first for you to be able to make that determination.
Sure, yeah.
All right. So here's a summary of the types of proposed modifications. Many deletions are either existing or, when new, being made for consistency with previous CBC amendments. Tables 1705A21 and 1705A3, these are the steel and concrete special inspection and test tables respectively, have updated pointer references and requirements associated with updated reference standards, such as ACI 318-19. There's also a group of proposals that are repealing the 2019 intervening code cycle language, which was early adoption of the mass timber requirements that are now present in the model code. Some sections were added or modified to receive relocated or point to testing and special inspection requirements previously located in material chapters. And there are some minor editorial changes and relocation of some items. There's also some clarifying code intent with some of the modifications. And I'd also like to note that there might be some possible CAM errors, since there are actually no amendments occurring in a couple of sub-items, specifically 7-33, which is for section 1705A12, and sub-item 7-37, which is for section 1705A.13.1. I'd also like to point out that DSA has discovered that OSHPD's proposed changes do not align with ours for the following. For table 1705A.2.1, item 1C, which is part of sub-item 7-13, 1705A.2.6, which is part of 17- sub-item CAM item 7-17, and 2213A.1, which will be discussed later. That's item 15-13, and that will be discussed later by Ryan Turner. Those are kind of grouped together from a topical standpoint. Another one along these lines is again in table 1705A21, item 5A7 within the table, which is part of the CAM item 7-13, and 1705A.2.5, which is CAM item 7-16, and then in chapter 22A, 2213A.2, which is CAM item 15-14, which again will be discussed later by Ryan Turner. So our intention is to coordinate with OSHPD to achieve alignment for most of these, and perhaps when we get to those two particular items, would request that the committee consider recommending further study for the affected items for our consideration. So with that, I could start to go through and identify a lot of the sub items for the overall summary, but it would be a fair amount of jumping around, and I would leave it to the chair to decide if that's what should be done.
Yes. So can you just kind of repeat the item numbers that you might suggest for further study?
Yes, that was item 7-13, 7-17, and 7-16. There are a couple of items in chapter 22A, but I figure those could probably be discussed when Ryan Turner speaks on that particular chapter.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Yeah. So if you would like to go through the rest, by the grouping as you suggested, and
okay,
even though it's jumping around, just
all right,
we'll keep up.
All right. So for the deletions that are either existing or when new to that are being made for consistency with the previous CBC amendments, so all or the majority of the following are along these lines. So section 1704A, and that's for CAM items sub 7-1 through 7-9. For section 1705A.2 subsections, that would be for CAM items 7-12 and 7-14. For section 1705A.3, that's CAM item 7-18. For section 1705A.4, that's CAM items 7-24 and 7-25. For 1705A.12 subsections, that's CAM items 7-34 and 7-35. Section 1705A.13 and subsections, that's CAM items 7-36 through 7-43, 7-45 through 7-47. For section 1705A.14 and subsections, that's CAM items 7-48 through 7-51 and 7-53 and 7-54. I could continue on with some more of the CAM items associated with the other summary items. Would you like me to continue, or did you want me to stop at that one?
Since we are dealing with a lot of sections, I'm thinking to stop and just wanted to check in with the committee members, see if there any discussion on those items. Gwen?
I have a question for Ryan. So for 713, 716, and 717, if I accept your suggestion for further study, what 9-point criteria would I pick? I'm looking at the 9-point criteria and I'm like, I don't know where, DSA wants us to do this comes in.
That's a good question.
I mean, I could pick one, which is do not conflict with other building standards. I mean, I don't think that's really the intent, but if that's simplest, I'm willing to name number one as the reason.
I'm reading through some of the other ones to see if I might have any other ideas.
Looks like Roy may have a suggestion.
I don't know if I have a suggestion, or is there another way to do it rather than calling it further study? It's alignment of OSHPD and DSA's code change proposals or amendments, because as you said, there's some of them are not exactly aligned with each other. So if we disagree to align, then basically what OSHPD is going to do is put in a banner in front of that section so it does not conflict with what DSA does. That's basically what we're going to try to do. If we cannot agree on on what the language is going to say, then we're just going to put a banner in front of our language, which will be different from DSA's language. So
based on Roy's statement of the banner, I think number 2 would fit, because then he's separating out that it doesn't lie within the jurisdiction of another agency.
Yeah, I could name number 2. I guess I could go with that.
And can I suggest, Sharon, that we develop a motion on the things that we can handle? So if I have to put together a motion on all of the sections that Ryan indicated are just continuations, I couldn't list them all in my motion. So if we could start with the 3 that we just identified, and then potentially come up with another motion of, I'll call it the interesting proposals, and then we could identify what's left over. That would be great.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to suggest, because we're looking at 55 items under this one.
Right.
Okay, yeah. So looking for, well, I guess let's go to public comments first, but I think we're looking at right now, item 713, table 17058.2.1. Item number 716, 17058.2.5. And then item 717, 17058.2.6. So any other committee comments? If not, we'll go to the public. Okay, You can check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone for those 3 items I just listed.
So for anyone who's looking to comment in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. For anyone looking to comment on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 to put yourself in the queue. So there are no hands in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
So we have no public comments.
Okay, thank you. Right, so back to the committee for a motion regarding those 3 items.
I move items 713, 716, and 717 be remanded for further study based on DSA's request and due to point number 2 of the 9-point criteria.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right.
All right, yes.
Thank you.
Roll call vote?
Yes. Been moved and seconded to further study 713, 7-16, 7-17 of DSA's proposal for part 2 based on criteria number 2, and I'll do roll call. Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Ara Sakazian.
Yes.
Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Gwen Searer.
Yes.
Gary McGavin.
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's unanimous.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to return to the grouping that Ryan had discussed. And these are existing amendments?
Many of them are existing deletions, or where they are new deletions, they are being made to be consistent with previous CBC amendments.
Okay. All right. If you could just repeat those item numbers. Oh, Gwen, you have a question?
Yeah, so I mean, if you read off 20, I'm not good. I mean, I could try to scribble them all down. I'm not gonna be able to scribble them all down and search to see if the ones that I had concerns with are in that group. I mean, I have a few more that I have concerns with that, and maybe some of the other committee members have a few that they have concerns with, but if we could go through the ones that we have concerns with, then we could pass the rest as a group, that whatever's left, basically.
Sure.
That would be my suggestion.
Good suggestion.
So my question for Ryan, or my comment for Ryan, 710 and 711, we've talked at length about, and it's the relocation of structural observation and pre-construction meeting. And, you know, I have huge heartburn over those 2 proposals. And I'm going to be making a motion to either recommend further study or to just disapprove these 2. To me, they're basically the same. That's the same option. And so I'm open to either one for the same reasons as before on the prior actions. And I can name them when I make a motion.
Is it okay if I try to provide a response for?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So perhaps a little bit differently than what was commented on in the non-A chapters. There's some key phrases or words that we've added to 1704A.6.1 and 1704.A.6.2 that limit the extent of these requirements. And in a nutshell, it's essentially on rehabilitation projects. So these provisions would only apply on rehabilitation projects within DSA's jurisdiction. So I don't know if that will reply, or I don't know if that helps or not, but I wanted to at least point out that I hope it to be a key point. I hope it's a key.
That's a fair point. However, I view both of these as being really, no offense, poor in terms of the way they're worded and vague, and messing with contractual issues. So I think this is a potential spot for fixing these, and I think we have the opportunity to do so if we recommend further study. I realize you were just relocating them. Also, I'm not sure that they really don't belong in the IBC. They really do need to stay in the IEBC. I understand your desire to move them there to the IBC, but the IBC is for new construction, and putting them in the IBC for an existing building, it's confusing to me, at least.
Okay. Thank you, Gwen. I see a raised hand from Brian.
Yes. Hi, thanks. I just wanted to point out one thing and then maybe ask for some further explanation on Gwen's last point. The portion of this that was discussed this morning, just to be clear, was BSC provisions. We actually haven't yet discussed the corollary to this in DSA provisions, which is part 10 that's coming, but it's all very similar, right? But just to make that clear. This question I'd like to ask is for more clarification on the last point that you made concerning the appropriateness of the location of this content. Because one of the reasons that we were trying to do this was to be more consistent with the structure and the organization of the model code. And the EBC model code does not contain this is specific to structural observation, but in general, it doesn't have a quality assurance section or provisions. And construction in existing buildings naturally, inherently falls to the requirements, at least within our jurisdiction, falls to the requirements that are under Chapter 17A. So this is an outlier in my understanding of the construction of and the organization of the two documents, and that it is more appropriately located here where all the other requirements in 17A, which do affect construction in existing buildings, are located. So it might help us if you could speak to that, a little bit more in terms of how you see this as should be staying in the existing building code. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to move this into the IBC, then you would probably need a pointer in the IEBC or the CEBC that says for construction documents and pre-construction meetings, for those requirements, see this section in the IBC. There's a few cases where something like that is done. For example, in-situ load cases. The IEBC will say, oh, if you're going to do an in-situ load case, a load test, then you need to go to this provision in the IBC. So it's a specific pointer that gets you there. The system isn't perfect. The IBC used to include existing structures, and then it got deleted. Those provisions got deleted, but not everything was deleted. And there are probably some issues that still need to be resolved related to that. But because it says rehabilitation projects, it's speaking only to existing buildings in these two parts. So it really shouldn't be in the IBC, in my opinion. I don't know if that helped or not. It's sort of a mess. Sorry, Brian.
Thank you, Gwen.
For what it's worth, my comment on this was actually to strike the rehabilitation for the reasons that Gwen just indicated. If you're going to have it, you should have it applicable to all buildings. So I understand the challenge, Brian, and I don't disagree with it at all. It is true that the existing building codes and standards really don't have very good locations for the quality assurance, quality control that you need. So there should be a way to identify how to get this language into that environment. Maybe the only way to do that is to actually write something in the CEBC for your portion, but it would be great to understand that further, which I think would support Gwen, that we actually identify a restudy rather than disallow.
Okay, so we're focusing on item number 7, 10, and 7, 11, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I see a raised hand from John.
Yes, thank you. I also think striking the word rehabilitation from that would, and doing a little wordsmithing would fix that, because I'm a big advocate of pre-con meetings. It solves a lot of problems right up front.
Thank you, John. Any other comments from the committee on 7, 10, and 7, 11? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone. And this is for section number 1704A.6.1 and 1704A.6.2.
So for those in Zoom that wish to comment, please use the raise hand feature. If you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0 to put yourself in the queue. And there are no hands raised in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Okay, thank you. We'll look for a motion from the committee.
This is my mess, so I move further study for items 7-10 and 7-11. And the criteria of the 9-point criteria 4, 5, 6, 3, and 7. Similar to last time.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second?
Kevin?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Roll call vote?
Yes, okay. Moved and seconded to further study item 7-10, 7-11 for DSA's chapter 17A. Based on criteria 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And I'll do roll call. Sharon Goey?
Yes.
Ara Sakazian?
Yes.
Kevin Moore?
Yes.
Gwen Searer?
Yes.
Gary McGavin?
Yes.
John Oglesby?
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
Okay, thank you. Right. Any other section the committee would like to discuss? Gwen?
Item 725. I don't really object to it, but I'm wondering if like some underlines are missing, or maybe I'm just missing something. But let me see if I can get there in the main document. It seems to be the glass unit masonry and masonry veneer. In risk categories 2, 3, or 4, there's special inspection. And when I look at the IBC, it doesn't mention risk categories 2 or 3. So I'm just wondering from a procedural standpoint, are there some words that need to be underlined that are not currently underlined, like 2, 3, and? This is the glass unit masonry one. I think it's 725.
And so I think I might be able to comment on that. And that is that in the 2019 CBC, we already had, I think, the items that you've noted. But if you could comment on them again, then I could take a look at the 2019 just to be sure. I know at least we have the risk category 2 in there.
Okay, it was 2. Did I mute myself? No. Okay, it was 2, 3 or.
And
So,
that is.
Is the only change to that you're changing the word category to categories? Is that the only change then?
Let me see what the model code says there. Yes, I agree. So that is something that should be corrected as far as it is a new item to change category to categories. Good catch. Thank you.
Okay. So
Ryan,
categories should be underlined.
Ryan, I think that's continuing. I think that's why it's not underlined, right? It's a current continued. It's a continued deletion. Is it not?
Is there any change being made to this at all?
I think it's just the grammatical. I think that in the 2019 code, though it had category, it probably should have had categories in the 2019.
Yeah, I think that you proposed to do categories in the past, but it was not published. So category is true, and it does need to be changed, and it just didn't occur. So it still exists as shown. You should underline categories, and then it'd be complete.
Okay. So that's not a technical. Like, do I have to make a motion for that? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. If I can go to the next one. You said something about 733, which is special inspection for wind. And I was trying to figure out what's being done to that one, because it says amend the section.
I think that might. Actually, I think 7-33 might be a possible CAM error since we do not have any amendments proposed for that section, 1705A12.
Yeah, I believe that's what they identified.
So is that withdrawn? Or how's that work?
An error in the table. I don't know if you're saying to withdraw. They weren't proposing anything there. It was just a mistake in the table.
Okay. I'm trying to find the page of 91 where it occurs just so I can see it. Do you know what page that occurs on?
37.
37?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second, please. Gotcha. Okay, so you're not adding ASD or anything. It's that there's no changes proposed in this.
Correct. I was including in a sense, for context for the continued deletion in 1705A12.1, but perhaps that was a poor choice on my part because it's ended up getting confused in that sense.
Okay. All right. I will suggest next code cycle, you might be able to delete all of A.12, at least the 1 and 2, primarily. I don't know if there are any locations in California that have allowable strength design winds of 140 or 150. It's just something to consider.
Okay.
And I don't think I have anything else if anyone else wants to go.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I lied. I had one more question on 7 747, it seems like there's a prohibition on cold form bolted moment frames, and I was curious why those are frowned upon.
Could you repeat the item number or the section number?
It's 747.
Yeah, that's right. It says section 1705 and the A is missing. It should be an A .1 point.
Okay.
Or excuse me, point 13.9.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm on page 39 of 91, and periodic special inspections has been deleted, and I believe that's because cold form steel special bolted moment frames are not permitted.
I think that's correct, and it's a continued deletion. So for 1705A 13.9, so it is continuing the deletion of this section from the previous code's adoption cycle and only showing the new numbering with new strike-throughs, essentially all that's occurring. But I believe in chapter 16A, I'm drawing a blank on the specific section, but I think that we do not permit cold form steel bolted moment frames. It might be in 22A.
It's okay. Suggestion for next code cycle would be to maybe lift that prohibition, unless there's some particular reason why those systems are felt to be more unreliable than any other system. Just a suggestion.
And just to, so thank you for that. Just as I found the section in which we prohibit the cold form steel special bolted moment frame. It's in, well, I'm looking at the 2019, so I don't know what it, I'm not sure if I have the correct section for the current proposal. So in the 2019 code, it's in 1617A.1.4, and it's item C12.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I have no more.
Great. Thank you, Gwen. Any other sections committee members would like to discuss? Okay. Seeing none, what's gonna kind of circle back with Gwen. It sounds like the ones that you just brought up that was discussed.
My next motion will be to accept all the remainder of item number 7.
Yeah. Okay.
So you should open up to public comment if anyone has any.
That's what I wanted to verify. So. Right. So let's go to public comments on Zoom and on the phone for item number 7. This is the entire chapter 17A, except the ones we already voted on. That's 710, 711, 13, 16, and 17. And it's the remainder of entire item number 7.
Those in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature if you'd like to comment. And if you're on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. So in Zoom, it looks like we have no hands.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we're back to the committee for a motion.
Move to approve as submitted the remainder of item number 7. So that's all of item 7, except if I got this right, 7-10, 7-11, 7-13, 7-16, and 7-17.
Correct. Okay. Do we have a
I'll
second?
second. I'll second.
Okay, Sharon, thank you.
Minor editorial change on 7-24.
Okay.
Underlining.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Yeah. Okay. Moved and seconded to approve as submitted the remaining items for number 7. Sharon Goody,
Yes.
Ara Sakazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwen Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Okay, unanimous. Thank you. That ends number 7.
Thank you. Yeah, I was gonna check with Mike and the rest of the committee. As far as time check, do we want to take a short break and then continue, or continue for another half hour?
Well, 5 o'clock would be the normal time that we would stop. So I think if possible, we should try to get as much in as we can. That puts a little less stress on tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so item number 8 on chapter 18A. DSA staff?
Yes, I'm up. That's me. I'm up. Thank you. I'm Brian with DSA. I'll be presenting or giving you an overview of chapter 18A. Just 18A is soils and foundations. And 18A specifically is co-adopted with OSHPD, and it's exclusively used for projects in DSA and OSHPD jurisdiction. So it's specific to that. I'll try to give some high-level overview of a couple of key big groups of these items. There are 60 that are listed on the CAM, but actually 2/3 of those items are really continued deletions of model code language that are continuing forward from the last code adoption cycle without change. So we're not making any change to those. As was kind of discussed or alluded to earlier, DSA includes those in the express terms primarily for the benefit of the publisher, but it's worth knowing that there's really no regulatory change to those 39 or so items that are there. And if it pleases the committee, I can list those numbers if that's helpful. There's another group of maybe, I think, 4 different line items that involve the deletion of model code provisions that don't apply to DSA and OSHPD projects. So most of these are provisions that are specific to seismic design categories C and lower, and so those don't apply. So we try to just remove those to keep the code as simple and succinct as possible and easier to use. There's another group or set of, if you will, of amendments or changes to our amendments that are really responding to changes to the model code or other portions of the CBC. So some of those are related to the way the model code has changed their provisions, and we're responding to that. The precast concrete piles is one that comes to mind. A couple of other notes just that might be helpful regarding the CAM itself. You might notice there's no item 838, just for whatever reason, and then items 855 and 856 are duplicates. I think those are basically the same thing. So there's a couple of other key points I want to bring to the committee's attention. These are similar to things that Ryan mentioned. So we've made our best effort to coordinate with Oshpod as much as possible, but a few things have slipped through. So regarding item 857, there is, you'll see in Oshpod's express terms, there is one additional revision that they are making that does not show itself in our express terms. And we would propose to co-adopt that with Oshpod to join them in that. So you'll have to look at Oshpod's express terms to see the specifics of that, but it has to do with item number 13 in section 1812A.5. So I think that the procedure that has been established with Ryan in chapter 17A was to designate that for further study, would allow us to coordinate that with Oshpod. And then the second item is, and part of that is we're trying to avoid having to add those banners that Roy was referring to earlier. The second item pertains to item CBC section 1812A.7. And so we don't actually have an item in our CAM in our ET for that, but Oshpod has that in their ET, and we would propose co-adopting that with them as well in the same manner that it's presented there. So that's my overview of big picture items. I guess I'd want to preserve the rest of the time to discussion or to entertaining questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Brian. Sorry, my internet cut out for a few seconds. I heard 1812A.7. And then
Yes.
yeah.
So I was identifying that as there is a amendment or a change being proposed by Oshpod in their express terms that we would propose to co-adopt with them, but it doesn't currently appear in our express terms. So we had intended to coordinate all those things, and unfortunately that one slipped through.
Okay, thank you. Gwen?
Yeah, regarding that, how I don't even know how we would approach that. It's not, I haven't.
I can add to the conversation here if you want.
Go ahead. Yeah, please.
Yeah, so procedurally, I think the best way for DSA to handle this is to comment on their package during 45-day that they are intending to align with HCD or with Oshpod's adoption, because that will also be out and people can see the language. And then in a 15, because it's certainly related to the other changes they're making, they can do it in a 15 to include that item, I believe. So that would be my suggestion, only because DSA didn't include it here, and it's wouldn't have been known to those who are interested in DSA's regulations that this would occur. And so I don't want it to happen without proper vetting, proper transparency.
Thank you. So I have a different question, and that is related to 855/56. And I think there may be, I don't know if it's typographic error, but it says like relocate items number 2 to section, this is, so section 1812A.4.3 testing of tieback anchors. Item 2 is being relocated to section 1812A.5 as item number 15. But really that should say item number 2. And then I think the next one should be relocate item number 3 to section 1812A.5.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And that is, just for the benefit of those that may not be looking at it, that is, those would be changes that we need to make editorially to the notes that are not code language themselves, but they're sort of instructions within the express terms. Yeah.
So I don't need to make a further study or amend. It's editorial.
Yeah, I do intend to clean that up before we'd actually flag that. So yeah.
Okay,
thank you.
I have nothing else.
Thank you. So from Brian's presentation, it sounds like there's one item staff is recommending for further study. That's 857. Is it okay that we just go ahead on this one first? Okay. All right. Any other comments from the committee on 857? Okay. Seeing none, go check for public comments on Zoom and on the phone. For item 857, that's code section 1812A.5.
Those wishing to make a comment in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. If you would like to make comment on the phone, please press 1 and then 0. So looking at Zoom, there are no hands up.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Thank you. Right, so back to the committee for a motion on item 857.
Move to remit for further study item 857 per DSA's request in accordance with criteria number 2 of the 9-point criteria.
I'll second.
Okay.
Roll call vote?
Yes, okay. It's been moved and seconded to further study item 8-57, which in the matrix in this section is 1812A.5, based on criteria number 2. I'll do roll call. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Ira Sakazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwen Searer,
Yes.
Yes.
Don Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Okay.
Thank you. All right, now for the remainder of item 8, I want to see if any committee members have any specific sub-items you would like to discuss. John?
Yeah, items 855 and 856 appear to be duplicative.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think that was noted by Brian.
Yes.
Which one would you like to strike?
Either way, whatever one remains is a reserved number, so we don't mess up the rest of the can.
Tough decision.
Is that question to me? I would defer to Michael on that.
Yeah, it's fine. I think the idea is that it's just duplicated, so we'll only have one item in there, and we'll reserve the number on the other one so it won't mess up. So 56 will go away.
Okay, thank you. Any other committee comments? Any sub-item? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to the public on Zoom and on the phone. And this is for item 8, chapter 18A. The entire set of items, except for the one we just voted on, which was 857, section 1812A.5.
For those in Zoom who wish to make a comment, please use the raise hand feature. If you're on the phone, please press 1 and 0. So in Zoom, we have no hands.
You have 0 questions remaining.
There is no public comment.
Okay.
Thank you. We're looking for a motion from the committee.
Motion to approve all items, sub-items of numbers 8, with the exception of item 857 as submitted.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay.
Kevin.
Kevin, thank you.
Roll call vote?
Yes, okay, so the remaining items of number 8, less 8-57, to approve and submit. Roll call. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Ara Sakazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwyneth Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you. Item 9.
Item 9, Chapter 19, DSA staff.
Okay, well, that will continue to be me. Thank you. So chapter 9 is, item 9, chapter 19 is concrete. Chapter 19 is used for community college projects under DSA jurisdiction for which the district voluntarily chooses to use the alternative community college provisions. So our amendments in this chapter are limited to section 1909. And there will be some redundancy because of those two different paths, the community college alternative path and our regular A chapter 19A. There will be some repetition with what you see here in our package for chapter 19 and 19A. But we'll focus on 19 right now. So from a big picture perspective, most of the changes being proposed in this package are a response to one of two things. Changes to the model code and changes to the adopted material standard, which I guess is really a change to the model code too. But the two big things I would point out to the committee is that the IBC has effectively eliminated what formerly section 1908, which dealt with shotcrete provisions, and they've done so in deference to the shotcrete provisions that are in ACI, the American Concrete Institute 318 document. In addition to that, the new model code adopts, and correspondingly, the CBC will adopt the 2019 version of ACI 318, whereas the prior code adopted the 2014 version of that material standard. So we've where we've made amendments to that, there have been some adjustments. Chair Goey, I think that would be my overview. If I can leave the rest of the time to discussion or questions.
Thank you, Brian. All right. Any committee comments? Gwen?
Yeah, for item 9-4, it says to replace the table as follows. I actually think you probably need to say modify the table as follows, because you're not, I think this is on page 49 and 50 of 91. Again, item number 9-4. It looks like you're making minor changes to the table as opposed to putting in a new table. And I wanted your thoughts on that.
Yeah, well, excuse me, the format of that as it's published hasn't really changed. And I'll point out that there is a spelling error as I look at that. It should be strength reduction factor, not rector. But that aside, the language, the replace word is again a continuation from the 2019 version, and the entire table is in fact republished in the amendment in the published version of the CBC, and I think that was the reason. So again, we have not changed anything there, but my understanding is that's the reason for the replace, is that the entire thing is republished. And you're correct in that the amendments are effectively the two footnotes, and then some small pieces of within that, the transitional row.
Okay. All right, thank you. Since I'm on a roll, there seemed to be, like in 9.6 and 9.8, there are increased requirements for shotcrete. And I'm just curious, can you speak a little bit to the shotcrete requirements? Why some things seem to be more strict and some things are being deleted? Is the deletion because it now appears in ACI 318?
Yeah, so the intent is to maintain the same shotcrete provisions that we had. Now we understand that we have previously had amendments to the shotcrete provisions when they existed in 1908. So we've attempted to, the intent here is to continue those by comparing what is in ACI 318 and anything that's not captured in 318. Our amendments now have to move from being an amendment of the model code to an amendment of section of ACI 318, and that moves it to a different section, and it kind of attaches it to some different language because the language to which it was previously attached is not, it no longer exists in the model code. If there, I don't believe that there's any additional requirements, but if you could be more specific, we could talk about those.
No, I just wanted the general, your general take on what you're doing.
Okay.
That's sufficient. Thank you.
Any comments from any other committee members? Item 9. Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom and telephone to check for public comments. Item number 9, chapter 19.
For those in Zoom wishing to comment, please use the raise hand feature. If you're on the phone, please press 1 then 0. So in Zoom, it looks like we have no hands raised.
You have 0 questions remaining.
So no public comment.
Thank you. We're back to the committee for a motion.
Move to approve the entirety of item number 9 as submitted.
I'll second.
Second. Thanks, Sharon.
Okay, roll call vote.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed adoption of chapter 19 from DSA in its entirety. It would be items 9-1 through 9-12. Approve as submitted. I'll do roll call. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Ara Sakarian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwen Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGinn,
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. That's unanimous. Okay. Next item.
Item 10, chapter 19A. Brian?
Yeah, so chapter 19A is, again, it's co-adopted by DSA and OSHPD, and it applies specifically to projects under our respective jurisdictions. In terms of a high-level explanation or overview of what we're trying to accomplish with this package, it's very similar to what I described for chapter 19 and 18A to a lesser extent. There are going to be some items that you'll see here in shown in our express terms that are continued deletions. So those are just, like I said before, for the benefit of the publisher and are carried forward without any regulatory change. And then amongst what remains, there are the two biggest categories are revisions that we're making to address those two changes in the model code, right? The elimination of the shotcrete in 1908 and the adoption of the newer material standard ACI 318-14. I would point out to the chair, we noticed in the CAM that there was a there are two line items that reference separate code sections that have been given the same number. 10.4 is repeated. I mentioned this to BSC, but I think it was so late that it was more appropriate to bring it up here to the committee, or to, I'm not exactly sure how that is handled when it comes to the voting, but that was.
I can add to that, Brian, and to the committee. What we'll do, because it is a viable section, it just got doubled up with the actual number identifier. We'll do a 4.1. So you'll have a 4 dash or 10-4 and a 10-4.1. And that will keep it so if it needs to be motioned separately.
Okay, so yeah, that would conclude my overview. And I reserve the rest of the time for discussion or questions.
Thank you, Brian. For committee questions or comments, Gwen?
Yeah, just a comment on 10-13, which is the table. Again, it says Ractor, so just a typo.
Yes, thank you.
That's it.
Okay. Any other comments from committee members? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Check for comments on Zoom and on the phone for item number 10, chapter 19A.
Anyone wishing to make a comment in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. For anyone making a comment on phone, please press 1 and then 0. In Zoom, it looks like we have no hands raised.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Okay, thank you. We're looking for a motion from the committee.
Move to approve as submitted the entirety of item number 10, which includes the renumbered sections 10-4 and 10-4.1, along with everything else.
The typo. Perfect, thank you.
Second.
Is that Kevin again?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Roll call vote.
Yes, thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve and submit item 10 for DSA. That's all items. And then as Gwyneth had mentioned, the typo and the title and the other issues that were discussed. Roll call vote. Sharon Goey.
Yes.
Ara Sakazian.
Yes.
Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Gwyneth Searer.
Yes.
Gary McGavin.
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to propose that we try to finish this next item, if we could. Item number 11, chapter 20. Brian?
Yeah,
Sorry, yeah.
Sorry,
I got to move my camera because I sat down.
I wasn't sure which of my colleagues I was supposed to pass it to, but I think it's Diane.
Yeah, I can. This will be a good easy one for the end of the day, right? This is item 11, which is our chapter 20 on aluminum, and DSA adopts this chapter and carries forward existing amendments without change.
Great, thank you. Any comments from the committee? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom and phone to check for public comments on item number 11, chapter 20.
Anyone wishing to make a comment in Zoom, please use the raised hand feature. If you'd like to make a comment on the phone, please press 1 and 0. So, looks like there's no hands in Zoom.
You have 0 questions remaining.
No public comment.
Okay, thank you. We'll look for a motion from the committee.
Move to approve as submitted item number 11.
Thank you.
I'll second.
All right, Sharon.
Roll call vote?
Yes. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve DSA's proposal for item 11. And I'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. There's only one item. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Ara Sakazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Gwyneth Searer,
Yes.
Gary McGatt,
Yes.
Don Oglesby.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Gonna check with Mike here. Would this be a stopping point?
I think so. We're right at 5, so this is a good point to stop. We have a break on an item, so we can go to item number 12 in the morning when we get started. I will just remind everybody that we're going to start right at 9 o'clock as promptly as you can. And that's it.
Great.
You want to adjourn for the evening?
Thank you. Yeah.
Go.
We need a motion or?
Yeah, I think a motion to adjourn, and then we'll pick up in the morning.
I move to adjourn.
Thanks, Ken.
Second.
Thanks, Glenn. Okay, and a quick roll. Sharon Goey,
Yes.
Ara Sakazian,
Yes.
Kevin Moore,
Yes.
Yes.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
Don Oglesby.
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay.